Everybody here? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our November 5th Committee of the Whole meeting. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Up first, Council, we have staff presentations by Mrs. Holmes, Director of Finance. First off, I recognize that Councillor Gore is appearing remotely. Councillor Gore, if you could give me a sound check, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Thank you so much. Mrs. Holmes, welcome. Thank you. And all the staff in attendance as well. Thank you for your attendance here because we may need your recommendations and solid advice. Thank you. Moving forward, I think we're ready to go. Is this door open behind me open? Is that okay? Is that planned? Oh, okay. I thought it's an escape route. Just okay.
It could be.
Use it if needed. Mrs. Holmes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So this is the kind of first formal meeting to discuss and look at our provisional 2026 to 2030 financial plan. And we'll go through what information we have and what we're missing so that we understand what might be in the next round. What's important to understand is that we start always with our prior year's financial plan and carry those numbers forward and update those for current information. And there's still some information missing. For example, we don't have our BC assessment preliminary roll yet. So we expect to get that on Friday. So the next round will have some idea of kind of where that property tax revenue might be as well. Our 2025 to 2029 amended to reflect any changes during the current year will also come to you in December. And so today we'll be reflecting, kind of those actual operations in 2025. We'll start by continuing conversations that we started last year in terms of things that have been carried forward, like reserve contributions and revenue assumptions that were in last year's financial plan. That'll be our starting point. I will caution when we're providing year-to-date numbers, knowing that this is still a couple months till the end of the year, there could be adjustments on what actually is happening in the current year, and that may result in changes either to this version of the financial plan or certainly in the spring once we know what the actuals are and carry forwards. So today we're going to go through water and sewer funds, as well as just a general overview of where we're at in our economy, in our own financial position. As well, Kiva will review the corporate work plan, and Marley will be giving us an overview of 2025 activities year to date. So we're all on the same page. Over the next couple of days, we'll cover all of these things. Today being water and sewer. We'll discuss the reserves in each fund as we go through it. And the general fund tomorrow will go through all of those departmental activities as well. Today, we'll talk about kind of the economic foundation and financial position that the financial plans are built on. In terms of our timing for this year's financial plan process, we've got our full day committee of the wholes today and tomorrow. November 12th, we have a special council meeting for the budget for council to receive requests and proposals from community groups. And then November 24th is our meeting where we kind of bring it all back together to have council make specific decisions on items, to get some direction on rates based on what you've heard from all of these community groups and from our staff. And then in December, we'll be looking at the first draft of the financial plan bylaw. As you know, we don't set the property tax rates and water and sewer rates typically until our spring financial plan, so that won't be part of this process. What I will say is if there's things that come up today and tomorrow that you want absolutely to be advanced to that decision meeting, then I think now's the time to make a motion on that and we can carry that forward to the council meeting, including if there's things you really don't want to see carried forward. The earlier we get that information from council, the easier it is to incorporate that and bring back new information to you. So certainly feel free to make those motions as we go. Otherwise, it'll all be brought back for final decision on about the November 24th meeting.
So if I may interrupt, just on the protocol here, Jenna. So you want questions from council or comments about anything that bears looking at closer as we go along. We don't want to save questions till the end of your presentation. We'll take it as on the fly as you go.
Absolutely. And
Absolutely.
as you noted, we have staff here that can also help with any of those
Great.
questions that are more specific maybe than I can answer.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, council, you're aware that, so the floor is open. Just wave to me if I'm intently looking at something else. Just wave vigorously or throw a Kleenex box at me.
Yeah, and we are in committee of the whole, so it's a little bit more casual in terms of having those conversations. And then any motions from today would be brought back to a council meeting for further ratification by
Okay.
council.
Of course. Thank you, Jenna.
Also, just to note that throughout our process, including already, we have a lot of public consultation going on. Our website, our council meetings, the Let's Talk Parksville tile has been set up already for a couple of months. News releases with respect to process. So hoping that residents will engage. I think the crowd is just at Tim Hortons right now. They're going to be here shortly for this. So I expect we'll have lots of that. But just so council knows, that is a legislative requirement of the financial planning process, and that is happening behind the scenes. And hopefully we get some folks out to actually engage here as well.
Right. So at the end of your presentation or at any, there's an option for the chair to recognize anybody in the audience that wishes to speak.
Right.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Okay, and then in the spring, as I mentioned, we'll take another look at this, and the spring financial plan will be amended to reflect any carry forward items, any new information, as well as setting those rates based on our revised VC assessment role. So what we try to do with this financial plan is capture as much as we can, such that in the spring, it's really just tweaking those amounts and bringing you new information. Okay, I'm just going to hand the mic over first to our manager of finance, Marley Boven, and she's just going to give you an overview of 2025 year to date.
Welcome, Marley. Thank you for your participation today.
Great, thanks for having me. Just wait for the slide deck to be loaded here. Great. So I'm going to be very short. I think I have 4 slides for you today. I just said to Jetta, I'm the precursor or the really small appetizer to her multi-course, multi-day dinner or feast for you, all things financial plan.
Nice.
So I want to preface this by saying the forecasts that I'm going to show on the next couple of slides are based on the best available information to us when we did the analysis. So those are subject to change, of course. This first slide, the graph shows the main categories of revenue for the city, being taxation, fees and charges, and investment income. So the orange bar is the 2025 budget, and the blue is the forecasted actuals for each of those categories. So as you can see, taxation is expected to finish the year right on budget. I think it's within about $15,000, which is a pretty small variance when you're dealing with approximately $21 million. Fees and charges are actually expected to exceed the budget for this year. Part of the reason for that is water and sewer and solid waste fees are all expected to be a little bit higher than budgeted, as well as building permit revenue. And as council or committee may recall, in 2024, we implemented a new public sector accounting rule with respect to recognition of certain types of revenue, and building permit revenue is one of those types. So there's still some intricacies or some complexity with budgeting for that because we can't recognize all of the revenue as it is generated. We have to apportion it to when the expenses or the labor involved in creating that revenue is earned or expended. Investment income is also expected to exceed the budgeted amount for 2025. And that's partially as a result of we're still holding on to some investments or carrying some investments that are multi-year. So we were able to invest those when rates were still higher, 4.5% to 6%. And those won't mature until sometime between 2026 and 2028. So we are fortunate that there was foresight at the time to stagger some of those investments. So we're not just seeing investment income at the 2 to 3% range right now. With respect to expenses, the two largest categories are labor and consulting and contracts. So for this slide, labor's on the left, consulting and contracts is on the right. The budget is shown in green with the forecasted actuals in that pinky purple color. So as you can see, both of these categories are expected to come in under budget for the year. Labor is primarily due to vacancies in the general government area as well as in engineering and transportation services. The labor costs are not just the cost of the salaries and benefits, but also things such as training, conferences, PODI, as there is a lack of labor or potential shortage in some departments, other staff that would normally be taking training may have to stay back and cover because of the vacancies. And with respect to consulting and contracts, the largest variances that we're seeing there, the reason why that is expected to come in under budget, partially due to general government, things like legal fees not being as high as we had anticipated during the budget, as well as a large portion of that is the RCMP budget is expected due to their FTE forecast. So the amount of officers we're actually getting charged for the year is expected to be significantly under budget for 2025. With respect to trends for 2025, you've heard this from me the last couple of years. We're still seeing results of, even though the inflation rate has come down, multiple years of high inflation have still left prices at a much higher level than they were pre-COVID. We're also still seeing issues with the supply chain. So some equipment and vehicles are still taking 2-ish years from time of order to time of delivery. The one lucky thing this year is we did not see significant change or increase in costs due to any of the tariffs, or at least no direct increases in cost as a result. There were a couple things on the utility side that the foreman thought may have been a result, but weren't significant increases. So that's one positive trend. And then I'm going to highlight this. I'm not going to speak specifically to the projects on this slide, but I did want to highlight some of the projects that were included in the meeting agenda for today. So your meeting agenda includes a status update for each of the minor capital or special and capital projects for 2025. So this slide is just kind of highlighting a few of those in the different that our teams have been working on, including some exciting planning for the 2026 to 2030 projects that you'll hear about more with Jetta's multi-course financial plan. And that's it, short and sweet for me. So I'm happy if you have any questions. There's also staff here if you have questions about specific projects.
Any comments or questions on this presentation so far? You just can't. Oh, there's his hand. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Marley, for the presentation. If you can clarify, the 21 million budget is just the Parksville portion, right? It does not include the RDN and the other.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Gore, that's correct. That it does not include the portion of the taxation that we collect for other jurisdictions.
Good. So out of that 21 million, and we're looking at the expenses, you mentioned that consulting and contracts are about 12 million. And I anticipate a majority of, or a large portion of that is the RCMP contract. Do you have a breakdown of the consulting expenses for the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore, not in front of me. If you're wondering like by service area, so general government, engineering, transportation, finance, community planning. Is that what you mean? Because that's certainly something that I could provide to you after this meeting if you're interested in that.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can send that out to all of council.
Councillor Grenz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Marley. Great to see the numbers being below our budget in some spots and above in other spots in the right spots. I am curious though on the staffing one is if we were fully staffed, do you think we have been in terms of budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Grenz, I think we'd be a lot closer to that amount. So I alluded to the fact that it's not just the salary and benefits costs that are affected with respect to vacancies or the timing of hires when positions are vacant. Some of the training and other funds are also reduced as of that in some departments. So I'd like to say we'd probably be within, you know, the 95 to 98%. If I had a crystal ball and we knew if every position was filled for the entire 12 months of the year. So the majority of that is a direct result of the vacancies. Yeah.
Thanking everyone here. Marley, I believe we've concluded your portion so far.
Great.
Thank you for the appetizer.
Thank you.
I think we're coming back to Ms. Kaler. Would you please provide us with your presentation regarding the corporate work plan? Welcome, Mrs. Keller.
Good morning, thank you. So this is our annual thing. I shouldn't be too many surprises for folks, but we're just going to go through where we're at with the corporate work plan and our 2026 and a little bit of 27 planned items. Council has a list of the completed items sorted by the department that is the lead. And we'll put this on Let's Talk Parksville with all the other materials from today. It's pretty impressive actually to see how much gets done. You kind of don't notice it throughout the year. I guess everything just moves along, but when you add it all up at the end, it's quite impressive. So today we're going to go through what a work plan is for the city and our process that we go through with council. Usually twice a year, we kind of touch base on this. We will talk about where the strategic focus areas are being supported by the work that staff are doing. We'll talk a little bit about our capacity and metrics, following on from Councillor Gren's question around staffing. We'll outline and remind council of some of the items we've already identified for 26 and 27, and then go over the projects that we've completed or near completed, and then leave some time for questions. So council will be familiar with a lot of this, but all of the boards of the public who may not know, the work plan is intended to be an annual tracking of the council projects that you have assigned to staff. It doesn't include our everyday and recurring operational projects. And we assume that we have exempt staff time to complete those projects, really not our operational staff. So if council was to think about, you know, if you didn't have meetings and didn't assign anything to staff, we would still be doing a lot of things like mowing the lawns and making sure clean drinking water gets into people's homes and maintaining the roads and those things. So it's really the things that require council resolution and council direction that we allocate that 4,000 hours of exempt staff to. And for a couple of members of council who are here for multiple councils, this started with a recommendation to the council of the day from a consultant, and he was very strict, I think. We've definitely not followed exactly his advice, but he did suggest that really you should only have about 8 to 10 council projects annually. That would kind of be one big project per department. We've been very successful in achieving a lot more than that, but that's kind of the, I would say, best practice to aim for. And it's just a reminder that we have a lot of new demands and changing demands just from the day to day. Council's very familiar with a lot of the changes on the regulatory side of things from the province. But we have a lot more population, so more calls for service, more inspectable buildings, more people in our parks. So that just creates more of a day-to-day, I wouldn't say burden, but I guess it is more of a day-to-day impact on capacity. And then we always remind council that every decision that you make as a council has a cost. So sometimes it's a direct financial cost, sometimes it's an in-kind staff cost, but it could also be both. And we want to make sure that we're being mindful of the cumulative impact. And I think council has been really great about giving us direction on something that is a very high priority and you want us to bump it into the queue, so to speak. And if not, we've really just been kind of evolving into more of a 2-year plan. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go through. And then the other piece that we want to discuss a little bit today is just the service level considerations. And that is where council has the ability to add new service, amend a current service level, or just look at adjustments that could be temporary in nature. So council strategic focus areas, you've got 1 more year with this strategic plan. And so some of the things that you've been working on more for the benefit of the public, but also to remind you because there's lots going on. So under advocacy, there's been a ton of work done by the mayor and this council on doctor and medical practitioners. And we will be having a presentation from some of our partners at Island Health in the new year in February. So stay tuned for that. This council has also been a very strong advocate on affordable housing, and we've provided land to several societies for affordable housing. And at FCM, UBCM, and ABICC, this council has sent multiple resolutions, attended all of those events, and networked with a host of ministries. I would say probably hundreds of ministries over the course of those 3 meetings, and always brings back summaries to the public during our council meetings and reflected in our minutes. And this council is very active on stakeholder engagement, which I think you can see from your liaison reports on almost every council meeting and all of the events and things that you attend as council members. So that's all like presence. That was something that was really lost in COVID. And I think it's really back to where it was now, if not more, where the presence of council members at community events is just really obvious. And there's often more than one of you. So that's really good, I think, for the public to see. OCP, we're going to talk a little bit more about that kind of as the year goes on. That's going to be in full swing next year. We have some minor required amendments that have to happen this year that are not receiving consultation. They're basically mandated by the province. But next year's OCP will be a full-on massive project with all departments participating and a lot of public engagement. You'll probably be able to tick off your advocacy boxes on that as well. Downtown vibrancy has been a really big focus. Our staff have participated in the PDBA's Reimagine project and provided advice throughout that project. We've worked with the PDBA on some lighting on Memorial and created our own year-round lighting on Alberni. We continue to have a really amazing downtown with the flowers this year. Everybody seemed to notice them more than other years, perhaps, or maybe they just had a boom year. We get feedback all the time that our downtown and our parks are, the park in the BIA, so our community park is just phenomenal. And I think everybody knows that. But we've also been doing a couple of special events city has hosted a few, and we have hundreds that are hosted by other folks in the downtown area. And that brings a lot of folks in and really contributes to the vibrancy. Drinking water, we've had, we're almost through our first phase of the drinking water study, which is a massive, unprecedented level of investment, I think, in studying all of the drinking water systems, both river, well, and other options. Looking at transmission, looking at options for the future, conservation. It's like it says, it's fully comprehensive, and so council will receive a report on that before the end of the year on phase 1. And next year and into the following years, we'll be working on phase 2 with more direction from council on the priorities there. We've worked really well with the ministry this year on our operating rule for the dam, and we are hoping that we will have a multi-year approval coming forward so that we don't have to do this every single year. We currently do an annual review, but we've done some good studies with KWL and hope to have at least a 3, maybe even a 5-year stable approval so that we can spend more time on doing that rather than meetings. So we mentioned a little bit about the city hosted events last year. I think everybody was attending some of those events. They were all very well attended. And so we had our 80th birthday, we had holiday carols, and we had Canada Day. And we are also responsible for coordinating food trucks in the community park. And we do a lot of public engagement on those events. We check with folks whether they liked them or want to continue attending. And we usually get really positive feedback. And they're really good events to bring the community together. And we do need support from operations on those events. So they're kind of multi-departmental partnerships that make sure we deliver them safely and that they're fun. And then for recreation, which was a big item on council strategic plan, we continue to really significantly invest in recreation. This year was very nice to see all of the construction in the community park ending. We were relocating the sand sculpting, which one of our staff members had made heroic attempts at getting that done very quickly and on time. And we had very good feedback on the new location for Beach Fest sand sculpting. We finished up everything in the gathering place, including adding some amazing ambience lighting, which extends the hours and enjoyment in that area in the evenings. And as council has just recently heard, and we report out on how many special events are hosted in the community park. It was over 600 and something, I think. 638, I think, rings a bell. And then we're also working on another major project that is a long project in the making. The Parksville Pathway is moving along, and council has seen the development permit come through recently for that. So we're ready to hit construction imminently and actually get that project completed, hopefully by the end of your term. And just a reminder of our departments, the manager or director of finance will talk a little bit about this in terms of what our budget includes. And basically we have these following departments. RCMP is not on here because they're kind of contracted. They're not within the city's governance structure. But I think maybe what we'll note here is that we have these departments. So we have administration, which includes communications and special events. We have planning, which includes building. We have operations, which is parks, utilities, and roads, and the fire department, engineering, which also includes emergency management and IT, and finance. And maybe what I would note here is that we do not have an environmental sustainability department or a social services department or an education department or a health department. So that just might help the public understand what our areas of focus are and what the services that we tax for at our level, what basically we can provide. And we have specific expertise in each of those areas, of course, but we do not have folks on staff that are experts in those other fields. Yeah.
Keep it. I was just going back. If you just back up to the strategic focus areas, you jumped into the next one very quickly before I have a chance here.
I thought you wanted me to be fast.
Yeah, and thank you very much for pointing out that I was tired just listening to all the things that you've accomplished. And staff have given direction, or the council has given direction. The staff have implemented many of these suggestions that we had anyways in our strategic plan. But I did want to address, I guess, one of our largest challenges and one of our largest successes is that the City of Parksville hired an events coordinator that is actually working in our administration office and so forth, and is responsible for planning, coordinating all the events that happen within the City of Parksville. We finished our gathering place in the community park, and we finished many other projects at this time, including the moving of the Beach Fest, the sand pit and so forth for the sand sculptures, as well as coordinating the food trucks, as well as implementing activations, regular activations on the Memorial Plaza. And all of this was basically put upon the staff's work level, quite frankly, and many times we were over capacity. And so the staff actually worked over and above to make things happen, to make it as smooth as what they possibly could. It was challenging at many times, but the staff rebounded so incredibly well that they made these events happen without any serious events, any serious problems. The compliments and the praise that I received constantly for all the events that many of us, council members here, were in attendance to. But it was just, this summer was just, Parksville was an amazing place to be. And I have to say that it was just because everything all came to fruition at the same time. And it was like, wow, it wasn't just parking issues, it was everything to do. You can only imagine what it takes when you have that many people in a park, how we have to, the washrooms and everything else. We were able to reflect that with our putting in staff where they needed to be at the right time and making sure that these events came off very well. So I have to say my appreciation to the staff at all levels that made this happen, and as well as council for coming together and bringing these projects and making Parksville the truly special place that it was, and truly reflected in this last summer. We had a great summer. We've had meetings since anyways, reflecting back on what we did well and what we could do better. And then we're going to come out of the blocks for next year as well, even more fine-tuned. But it was a great experience and well done for everyone. So thank you so much for making that happen. We
Thank you.
most
Yeah.
appreciate it.
We are so fortunate. Our staff are absolutely our greatest asset. And I'm amazed at how often they go above and beyond and just never seem to grumble or complain. And we're very, very lucky. And we have a pretty stable, we do have some vacancies here and there, but our core staff is pretty stable. And that helps us a lot because we learn every year what works well. And we have great connections in the community. And so that helps everything seems smooth. Behind, we're kind of like what's that thing with the duck? It looks like smooth on top, but the legs are going crazy underneath. I do think about that a lot.
Councillor Martin, you have a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. First of all, I was going to say congratulations on the staff with flexibility and all the, they would do different things. They have their job, right? And then they fill in. And that is a real team effort. And that really shows when you have the amount of people. I couldn't get over on the 17th of August.
Great.
How well that was run. It took us 15 minutes to get out of the park. And I think there was probably, I don't know, estimated well over 10,000 people there.
Yeah.
And it was amazing and really well done.
Great.
I have one question. It comes up at the PDBA all the time. And they ask me again, find out what is happening with the parking. It's up here, studies for parking flow under the downtown vibrancy. So I was wondering about that. What is happening?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the mayor, we will be having a discussion on the 12th, I believe it is, about the transportation master plan. And so the master plan was presented to council this year, and there was discussion around some studies around parking and circulation of traffic. And so that's what the flow thing means. And so we've had some preliminary discussions at the staff level around inventorying where our parking is, and just looking at our own internal kind of structure around, we do provide options that are automatic for people in the downtown to just purchase a parking space and not provide one. So we've talked internally about reviewing just that framework and bringing recommendations to council. But we're going to wait and see what council wants out of the transportation master plan. There are 2 priority studies recommended in that plan, and Ayla will be here on the 12th to go over some of that and get your feedback on where you want to move forward with the basically either yaying or naying that study as well.
The parking lot that they've rented, I guess the lease is up or whatever.
Okay, on Wells.
Yeah.
Or McCarter.
McCarter, yeah. Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Good. Can I keep
Carry
going?
on, keep.
Okay. So that's just our departments. Again, for work plan, we hope to have some stability. This is why we come to council at this time with the budget, and anything that is going to be a priority on the work plan needs to also match in the budget. As I mentioned, we've kind of moved to more of a 2-year work plan, and I feel like that's working well. That's maybe where we would get some input from council if you disagree. It isn't realistic to achieve everything on our list. You can see the big long list in 1 year, even though we have made, I think, very impressive efforts every year. We see consistency. We can normally achieve about 40 projects, depending obviously on the complexity of 1 or 2 each year. But on average for the last 5 or 6 years that we've been doing this, it's pretty consistent. And we're always very close to the estimated capacity hours. So I feel there's some robustness in this process. And I think with this council, there has been, at least with my individual conversations, there's been a level of comfort around having a 2-year plan where something might not be done this year, but you can see it coming up on the list. So if it's your item that you've put forward, you're comfortable that like it's going to get done next year, if not this year. And so far that seems to be working. But definitely open to suggestions from council if that isn't working. The other option that we pursued with previous councils was making the list shorter and not basically having council members have to reintroduce the items each year when it came due. That is an option if council wanted to look at that. And there's probably many other suggestions you might have, but for now, we at the staff level find this one with a 2-year and sometimes even a 3-year window. It works with our 5-year financial planning cycle. And it allows us some flexibility if for some reason we are able to turn our mind to something quicker, we just get to it because it already has the council support. It's already has a resolution and it already has budget. So it gives us a bit of flexibility to overachieve, which I think we tend to do. But certainly if council has suggestions on what they would like to see different, now would be the time, I guess, but anytime you can also let us know. But normally you want to have at least a couple of years where you have direction and you know what's coming next. It also helps us with some things need something to happen first before the next project can happen. They're dependent on each other. And that allows us to kind of look to the future and make sure that the resources and the information, the consultants, the materials, all of those items are ready. And it does seem to flow quite well. Okay. So again, just sorry.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Kiva. I'd just like to add, personally at home, I like the 2-year plan as well, but I'm looking at windows right now. But I just want to add that I think that that is also very helpful for residents because things are coming up and then people know and they're looking forward to it. And then they see, okay, well, maybe it's going to get started late in the year and maybe it will be continued, or even if it's bumped a bit, people still see it. And I think that's very encouraging for residents.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, that Councillor Beal. That's a good point. That basically on a 4-year term for council, the first year is the planning, the second year is the putting the details together, and the third year, in my experience, is the most rewarding for council because all of a sudden we see these projects are hitting the ground and they're moving ahead. So the residents and so forth that have provided the input that for asking for these projects to be completed and so forth. They can see, there's action actually being taken on this and it hasn't been forgotten. It's just, it's a longer process, but I can tell you the process at the city of Parksville is very quick compared to my comparisons to other municipalities in British Columbia. And I speak to a lot of the mayors in British Columbia, so I know what they're going through. And I know our team is performing over and above. But I have to say that the third year has been really the most rewarding for myself to see all of our plans coming to fruition. And some of the things that we had on our strategic plan, getting the tick completed, even consideration of the swimming pool that we were asked to by our residents and so forth. We took that to as far as we could on it. And we are still, as our RDN reps can authenticize that we are still working on improvements to the Ravensong pool. We shifted to where maybe we can take some of this funding that was granted into the Ravensong pool. And so there's still aquatic pool improvements in the area. Just Parksville would not be getting their own pool, not in our term anyways, I can say that. So the third year has been really good. And the fourth year now that we're going into for 26 is going to see a lot more projects like the nature path, from Rathtrevor to the community park. And we have this, they're going to come to completion. And I see the plans on how staff are working on it. And they're trying to get this done, I know, before our term is over. And that's incredible because it's an awful lot of work to get this done. So the fourth year is even going to be more rewarding for our residents as well as our council anyway. So well done, council. You've got a list and you put it through and it was pretty darn aggressive, I got to say. But it's all coming to fruition now. So great job. Councillor Martin, sorry.
Yes, sorry to be, I've got another question here. The Lions Housing Society, we provided the land down by Serious Coffee.
Yes.
And I talked to the executive director and he said that that's being held up. There's not signing the papers, with the provincial government. Do you have any connection there that you could help with that? Do you know about that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we certainly can. Like I just actually had a call today with BC Housing on a different property. We certainly can, but I think connections with MLA Higginson are probably very useful in those situations. My connections are at the staff level and they don't have the ability to move things along, but we do our best to just communicate with our counterparts in the provincial staffing and make sure they have the permits. Like we've advanced everything through our process on an expedited manner. Blaine very regularly talks to the architects and the consultants and the folks helping the lines. But I think a lot of those decisions and process at the provincial level is more of a political priority direction than we can provide, but certainly we provide them with the details and we will have to do a housing agreement and a lease. And we will prioritize that and get that to you as soon as they're ready to move forward. But I'm not sure who was at the session with me at UBCM, but Mayor Alto from Victoria did an amazing presentation about how many units are being held up at the province. I would encourage folks to perhaps reach out to Mayor Alto or get a copy of that from the UBCM. I don't think it's just us that's dealing with that issue. And so perhaps a political conversation might help bring it to the top of the pile.
So you recommend that I talk to MLA Higginson then?
Yeah, I
Yes,
think-
I will. Yeah.
I think council, through the
Yeah.
mayor could decide, who the best, I'm not sure exactly what branch of the province is the holdup, but, from a technical perspective, everything is ready on our side and it really
Yeah, I
is
know.
then just a political connection to the provincial approval authority.
Right. And to comment further, the delay is not at the city of Parksville. I can
know.
guarantee you that. I have had conversations with the MLA Higginson as well, who's looking into it as well. And I believe I haven't got a date yet when that decision is going to be made or when that approval is going to be done, but that's where it's at right now. I can assure you that our director of planning, Mr. Russell, has been very active in it. I'll ask Mr. Russell for comments at this time as well, if it could, please.
Yeah, I mean, here, council, so
You need
we
a-
are actively processing.
Thank you. Thanks, Blaine.
If I may, Mayor and Council, we are actively processing the development permit application and anticipate that will be before council at the next regular meeting of council agenda for consideration of issuance. There are still other steps that are subject to provincial funding, and that would be the housing agreement. And until that funding's known, we're not able to do that component of it. But rest assured, the DP will be to you at the next regular meeting of council.
I'll pass it over to Councillor Wood because we've been having discussions. So Councillor Wood, can you add any further light if you could, please?
I sure can. It was really frustrating for me last week because at 100 Oceanside Men Who Care, you can kind of put a local charity or organization forward. Their name goes in a hat. And then if their name comes out of the hat for a meeting, which are quarterly, then there's three presenters, three organizations present to 100 men, which is much more than 100 men. But 3 months ago, we presented a check to the SOS for $19,200. I had the Lions Housing Society in the mix for a little over a year now, I think. Finally, their name came up and I reached out to Michael Garland and asked, hey, so your name came up. Are you guys ready to present? Which is actually tonight. And then he checked with Lori, Lions Housing Society, and they are waiting on BC Housing to get the go-ahead and to have some funding. And so since they're waiting on that, they had to say to me, we're not ready to present because we don't have the go-ahead from the province. Very frustrating for me because I wanted them to be presenting and have another check for say 20 grand handed to them. So, I sat at the computer and I wrote an email to David Eby and I copied Josie Osborne and I copied our MLA and I copied Christine Boyle, who's the Minister of Housing. And I named that project, which are 32 units of non-market housing, waiting for BC Housing's approval. And I also mentioned the 19-bed Island Health abstinence-based addiction recovery center that this mayor and council have approved and staff have done everything they can. And my email said, you know, I I supported you guys during the election and I want to keep supporting you guys. Where are we at with these projects? For the Island Health Addiction Recovery Center, you know, maybe it opens in 27 is the latest I got back from our MLA, and I haven't heard anything from BC Housing. I know a staffer at BC Housing and I've asked him to look into it without getting into any trouble. But I don't like us approving something and pushing back on, you know, some residents who don't want a certain project, but we've approved them. And I don't like it being held up in the province, at the province's side of things. So that was the email I sent out in the last week on the politician side of things, you know, on the elected side of things. So I haven't heard anything concrete back on either project.
And that speaks back to my initial comments about the projects are not delayed at the city Parksville side, that they get it, but the process is so long and arduous at times, it becomes more frustration to anything. I can give comment on MLA Higginson's comments back to me that she understood the frustration in my call when I spoke to her, and she got it as well. She said she is equally as frustrated with the process as well. The province is dealing with a lot of things, as we all are. But at the same time, we all have different departments that handle different projects. And I'm sorry, in this case, I'm sorry, the delay is unacceptable. We need that workforce housing. We have the property there and everything has all been done. So it is so frustrating. And it's just one more of the frustrations that we get when we have to rely on other levels of government. And this Lions Housing is, you know, the people in our community are asking, where is this workforce housing? And it goes back so long, and I just shake my head and I say, you know, like, I really want this done before we finish our term. You would think, quite frankly, it started in before, in a previous term anyways, with the Lions Association. So, yeah, we're all rather frustrated over this, to answer your question, Councillor Martin. But at the same time, we're pressing the buttons of every person that we can at a different level of government to pressure them into making a decision. They're very good at telling us on what we should be doing with our housing and our housing numbers and so forth. And we have a very balanced commitment to housing needs in our area. This is one of those areas that we identified as a need. And this is one of the ones that we put the process through on. And yet now when it comes to the province coming up to the bar, when they're supposed to, with the funding in place, that has been delayed again. So it's very frustrating. So anyways. Any other further
Yeah, I was going to say thank you, Councillor Wood, to do that letter. I mean, that's a document, so it's, you know, okay, well, that's all we can do. But it's very, like you say, frustrating. And it's, I have people asking me because I had quite a few in my neighborhood against it. And they're, you know, and I just stood up to them. And so now I want to, I want to produce it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kiva, go carry on.
Thank you. So just moving ahead, here are some of the services that we provide at the municipal level. I think everyone's pretty familiar with these, but really our core business is around these functions. So parks and trails, public spaces, safe roads, drinking water, emergency response, all of the administrative things around taxation, records management, claims, all of those things. We provide public buildings and public safety in our public spaces, and permitting, which provides regulation on different aspects. I know I don't really want to shut out the laughing. It's a great sound, but it's probably a bit loud. So one of the things I would like council, I think we talk about this every year, and maybe you're sick of me saying it, but what we have been dealing with and trying to going through our budget and trying to decide what we would bring forward as spending packages. We think that council is probably very familiar with this, but the public perhaps maybe doesn't understand things to the same level. We have core services and then we have critical services. And so one of the things that we've been kind of talking about at our senior level is when we're bringing recommendations to council, we try to focus on things that have, if we envision it as like there's zero downtime. So there's some public services we provide that we cannot be without. They're really not discretionary, and they really should be the priority when there's decisions that have to be made in terms of funding or balancing the tax burden on residents. And so I thought it was worth just going over them a little bit today in a public meeting and allowing council to think about for you what those critical must-do services are. And I think it helps with conversations with constituents around, if you imagine that council decided that they were not going to invest in the unsexy pipes, as we talk about. Murray at the RDN says he thinks pipes are sexy, but we'll let him convince others. But we have critical services that we can't really do without. And so if you think about a downtime, if we were not able to maintain the pipes in and out of people's homes for an hour, for a day, for a week, that would be catastrophic to the residents, and they would feel that impact right away. If we weren't able to provide emergency police or fire for even like on our contingency planning, we say there is zero downtime. Like we must 24/7 have people that can provide that service to the community, or the impact will be felt immediately by some members of the community. Same with road safety. If we have to close a road, we can probably close a road for a day or for a couple of days if we're doing maintenance, but we can't really close any of our roads for longer than that without impacting people pretty severely. Community safety and well-being, if you think about trip hazards or downed power lines or broken pieces of playground equipment, there's probably a little bit of downtime there, but really that needs to be attended to very quickly. Same with things like our emergency response for flooding or for other extreme weather events. We really can't say, well, we don't really want to do that this year. We're not going to invest in that this year. We're not going to hire the staff for that. And then we have some city administration requirements that are requirements, like we must provide budgets to you in a bylaw. We must have a procedure bylaw. We must have council meeting regulations. So when we're looking at our own service levels in our departments and trying to balance, where we ask council for more money or where we invest the budget that we have, we feel like these services are critical and really, as I mentioned, not discretionary. Like council doesn't have a lot of choice to stop doing those or reduce the level of service. But on the other side, while these are still very important, there's a little bit more flexibility for council on some of the other services we provide. And people don't really understand, but some of these are actually voluntary and we don't have to provide them. The caution is that once you start providing them, it's really hard to stop and people expect you to continue. But some of the things here is like, obviously asset management is very important for us, but we don't have to do it. There's big poor consequences if we don't. The number one being that we won't get grants. But so it's still important and we still have to do it. But if we had to wait a few months, or if we didn't, invest in it all the time, it would be less impactful in the short term. We actually don't have to have building inspection. Cities choose to have building inspection in most cases to protect the clients at the end. But in some areas, there is no building inspection and you don't have to. So we provide a service where we check a builder's process and we say, yes, they've done X, Y, and Z, and this does meet code. But a lot of people don't know that that's a voluntary thing that cities provide. We also don't have to have bylaw compliance. But again, it's very important to our community and we do provide it. We don't have to have the amazing level of parks and outdoor and indoor facilities. But again, we do. And so I think as we're going through budgets and especially when you're talking with constituents around priorities for work plans and for budgets, there are a lot of pressures to provide everything. But there are limits to what you can provide. And so I think this helps the public understand that there's some things you have to do and that eats into the things that you want to do. And like all of us, we have to sometimes make decisions on when we do the things that are more discretionary that we can do without, even though we don't like it and it's a hardship. There are some things that local governments maybe should not be doing to the level they're doing. And that's where the service level decision comes in. So all of the items under the important column are reliant on council's direction and decisions and philosophy around what we should be providing. And I would say the columns on my left, under the critical, you kind of are stuck with what we have to do there in a lot of cases. So I thought that was just an important conversation to have in a public meeting.
Councillor Prowse, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through our mayor to council. I think there actually is a lot more around this conversation that's deserved to be said than just having it on a slide, because it really, when it comes down to it, I think everything we touch and make decisions on should be identifying if these are part of our core critical services or if it's something that's additional and outside that scope. Where I see the problem is when you mentioned about pipes not being so sexy, we don't have the same emotional attachment to it
Yeah.
versus when we have our, for lack of a better word, kind of pet projects or things that we're very passionate about. So it's easier to put the focus and time and attention on the things that we want to see happen, but maybe aren't our core of why we're here. If there was a way that we could get that focus and realize that when we're talking about, our water treatment, our sewer and that type of thing, that this is actually really what we're here to do. This is what we're mandated by the government to tackle. So we can give it that kind of focus and prioritize it. Like when I look through this work plan here, it's hard for me at just glancing through it to understand what are the critical ones, but there are ones that capture my eye because I'm like, oh, that's, it seems like a sexier project to deal with. And so maybe if there was a way that it was identified, like, hey, these are our core ones. If you're looking to, trim things off here, streamline, reduce the staff workload, it shouldn't come from the core critical components. It should come out of the extras out of there. Because constantly I hear and see from the previous term or this one too, the workload, it gets large. It gets more. They're always at over capacity out of it. So our job here, we're trying to look at what we can trim off. And a trend that I've seen happen, not just this council, just across, in general, when new councils come in, they bring in all their passionate projects and things they've campaigned on without really understanding where the core and critical services are. So they jump in with a different priority list, and that really slows down the process. It becomes very expensive because often you see that in the first year, things get overloaded. The staff will do what we tell them to do. They'll come up with all these plans and staff reports. And then the second year we realize, look, we couldn't afford that. We didn't have the time for it. We have to trim it off. And so in the first year, we it's kind of lost time and money. We don't get as much done as we could. I think if councils that come in realize where the core and critical services are, and especially if we make that transition, coming up to new election time for a new council to come in and be well set up, right? If we can set up the new council to hit the ground running, that sense where it's like you can come in and you don't really have to touch anything right away. We've left it in a transition where you can come in your first year, you can let things keep rolling a little bit and understand that process and budget. Look, we gave you a great budget and the staff know what they're doing here. Take your time before you decide to bring in, these additional projects. I think that might set up the next council for more success, and also then help us become more efficient with reducing the staff workload of starting these pet projects, but then having to pull them back once we realize we can't do them. So that'd be my suggestion, is just that there's a lot more here, identifying the core and critical services so that we can be more focused on them.
Yeah, and thank you. Councilor Frost brings up a couple of good points I've noticed as well. Maybe moving forward, a great idea, Adam, is that orientation for the new council should include exactly that. Let's talk about the core critical projects and let them realize exactly, like, we know that you've come in with your hopes, wishes, and dreams, but at the same time, recognize that this is what we have to do. And maybe don't launch into the strategic plan so quickly, because the strategic plan is when everybody brings forth their own pet projects that they have ran on and their community has asked them to look into. So I think it would be better if maybe we kind of, as Adam says, is you don't have to really worry about anything for your first year, but you get your feet wet type of thing and get, understand what the core services are. And that would happen in the orientation that we have. So they understand that this is what we have to do, regardless of what else you want, whether you want a swimming pool or something else. That's going to wait until we get these other projects into the work plan. So I think that is a really great idea that we should look at. And seeing, Kiva, then going back to your presentation here on the asset management is in the important services. I think we have to recognize as council that this is an extremely, and this council has engaged and taken this on as the asset management protection. But What it means is that this very stage here is this is where we have to be brave with our financial plan. We have to be brave by putting in enough financial resources to actually, which may include a tax increase, to upgrade our assets that we have, our critical assets, the non-sexy items that have to go. Because I can tell you, it's easier to say, oh, let's have a zero tax increase or a very low tax increase. But it doesn't reflect the fact that we have assets in the ground that are going to break down. I'll give you an example. You saw what happened in Calgary. We were at FCM in Calgary when the water main broke. We know the havoc because we were there. We also saw what happened to that mayor, quite frankly, that was removed from office by the constituents of Calgary. And I know it was a lot was the handling of that major catastrophic collapse of their infrastructure. So we have to be brave and be willing to say that there may be a tax increase, but this is what it's going to be. As long as we identify very clearly that we have to do an upgrade on this before it fails, whether it's a water treatment plant, the sewage and so forth. So that's very important that we do that. So that's up to us to recognize the implications of if you're planning on running for consecutive terms, then it probably wouldn't happen if you're not brave enough to make those tough decisions. Thank you. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through to Keith, I'd just like to add that generally speaking, I would think that those core services, and I agree they are core and critical, they generally don't come up as council projects. So that's, and it's important for people to keep that in mind. So it's not like you select that because they are givens. And I just wanted to add that point.
Councillor Martin.
I wondered if this slide, if we, with the new council, if you had that particular breakdown in the orientation, because this is a very key thing to understand. And I'm also, when I have constituents, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing? And I come back to this right here. I said, we have to do this first before we can do anything else. I do it all the time. Constituents need to be educated too. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gore.
sorry,
Keith. I just saw Councillor Gore. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a couple of good points. One from Adam about what the core services are. But at the same time, I agree with Councillor Beal. Most of the core services we don't touch. Like that's operational. That's already delegated down to staff to take care of. I don't have the list in front of me that's being criticized for being away from those core services, but perhaps further down the discussion on this, I'm happy to look at some items that we can remove. But again, I think we have to look at the overall impact of those decisions that we made as council with the majority resolution passing that we think is important for our community. That I am pretty sure, I don't know how many of my pet projects are on that list, but I think they would likely be in one of those columns under the important services. That's my take. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. And as per your comment, Councillor Gore agreed. But when I'm referring to being brave is like when we're in the asset management program, we started setting up reserves. And that's where we can impact the infrastructure that's in the ground, not the entire projects like replacing a water main or something like that. I agree, but where we do have the ability to change the impact of those major improvements is by setting up our reserves, which sometimes would include a tax increase to provide for the future for what we know is going to fail in the future. So it's kind of in our reserve policy, which we're going to learn a lot more, I think, in the next couple of days from our finance department. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also just like to add that in that list of important services, many of which are really valued by community residents, we're really fortunate here in that we have many nonprofit organizations and other organizations that do work in these different areas. And I think when we're very mindful of that, we can do what we can do to support those various organizations who can in turn provide much of those services at much less cost than it would be if the city actually took these things over. So not in all cases, but I think there are opportunities there for, to ask ourselves, is there a nonprofit or volunteer or even for, or other organization in our community that can provide a service at less cost than if the city was doing it? And not only do we get the benefit of reducing costs to the city, we get greater engagement by the community and we get just better community building.
Councilor Gorge, your hand up?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I have
Yeah.
another question. If I may, I can wait if somebody else wants to ask.
Go ahead. Go ahead now. Sure.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Kiva. Looking at the list, the emergency response, and you probably know this question as council is often here as we get closer to the winter, is the need for a shelter or a warm space for folks to go. And it's often we being the first point of contact with our constituents, we get the blame that the city is not willing to provide those services, whether it's a shelter, whether it's a treatment facility. So if you can speak to that a little bit, the important role that the province needs to play to have those things in place so that our vulnerable folks are not out in the cold with no support. Can you speak to that function and where city is involved?
Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. So the city has a responsibility under the emergency management program for the safe spaces that you mentioned. The city does not provide shelters in this area. Some bigger cities have taken it on voluntarily, but it's the jurisdiction of BC Housing to fund shelters. We used to call them cold weather shelters. Now we call them extreme weather shelters, and those are time bound. They typically go in smaller communities from November 1st to March 31st. And in the past, BC Housing used to put out a call for service for those, for like someone like Island Crisis Care, which has been the one in our community. There are other providers. And so they used to put out a call in springtime, I would suggest, maybe closer to May. They don't do that anymore, as far as I'm aware. And we are heavily reliant on social service providers to do our emergency response. So BC Housing can work with providers to identify the shelter piece. We at the local government level have authority under the Emergency Management Act to work with providers when there's a triggered weather event. And so in the city of Parksville, currently the regulations say when it's -4 and projected to be still cold for a certain period of time, and there is a weather alert issued by the province, we are authorized to work with providers to provide them funding. So the providers will come to us and say, we have capacity, we have a space, we have people who can do outreach, any number of things. We then do a work plan with that provider and submit it to the province for approval. We get a task number from the province during that, what we call the activation. So when the temperatures are at the threshold levels, we are allowed to activate and essentially broker the money from the Provincial Emergency Management Fund to those providers. And so we have a person we have an emergency program coordinator in our staff who works with the region, their counterparts in the region. And we have been told by the province that we really do have to take that regional approach. Last year, there were 2 facilities, one in Qualicum Beach, one in the regional district area, but all of our staff together collaborated to bring those services. But we were told last year that that probably isn't going to be approved because they were too close together. And there's challenges with providing staffing and capacity and transit and, 2 facilities that were both underutilized to some or had some capacity. So this year we're looking at having one area, and our emergency program coordinator, again, with the other partners in the region, has put out a direct request to the people we've worked with in the past. And I think council, I let you know that we've asked who can provide outreach, who can provide a facility, who can provide staffing, who has supplies, because a lot of people have contracts already to do things in the community. And we've been trying to get a comprehensive list from the provincial folks on that as well to help us And we're still working on trying to get that. But essentially for the city of Parksville, our authority to act and our ability to act is when there are those triggers. So the extreme heat and extreme cold. And we've provided, again, that collaborative regional support for the last couple of years on both of those items. And I don't know if you want me to go into any more detail around the whole BC housing thing, but there's a lot of information there that we don't have a shelter here in Parksville. So I don't know if.
Yeah, no, thank you. Through the mayor, if I may, I really appreciate that. And I think we are getting better at communicating that to our constituents, because often it falls that the city of Parksville is unwilling, or the council is blocking BC Housing from having that facility in Parksville, or somehow we are to be blamed that people out on the streets. Maybe partly we could do better. I think we need to do better, but I think we are quite restricted in terms of how much money and support BC Housing and other provincial bodies are able to provide, are willing to provide. So I wanted to mention that a little bit. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kayla.
Oh, thank you. I would maybe just remind council last summer, I think it was last July, we did bring a report to council on the things that are within city jurisdiction that we are doing on the housing front. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this council and a couple of previous councils have made a lot of efforts in the areas that we can. We have donated land to Orca Place. We donated land, well, you guys, council donated land for the Lions Housing. We have multiple housing agreements with Bolinas Housing, with Lions, with Kingsley Manor, many affordable housing partnerships that is what cities can do. We waive development cost charges for affordable housing projects. We waive our permit fees, which can be quite high. Like a building permit fee for a multifamily can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Development permit application fees, rezoning fees. So on average, if you have a 30 or 40 unit affordable housing that's getting all of the waivers, it's probably close to $1 million of city subsidy by the time that building opens. So I think it's worth reminding the public and giving credit to council for those decisions that are within our jurisdiction. And this council, for the size of city that we have, has done a monumental contribution in those regards. And when I was at UBCM, again, talking to other CAOs, housing was, of course, a massive topic at all of the events. A lot of people were really surprised to hear that we have a supportive housing facility, that we have all the affordable housing and building more all the time, and that we have seniors housing. Like we're very fortunate, I think, in Parksville, and we perhaps don't realize it because we don't see what other cities our size have. And that's really a decision that councils have made over the years to provide, significant, like all land is expensive these days. And BC Housing had kind of laid out that they expect cities to contribute in that manner. And we've definitely put our land where our mouth is, so to speak, on that front. So I think that's important to acknowledge. Because it certainly gets missed, and I don't think people realize that's a choice. Council does not have to do those things, and so you should get credit for that, I think.
So as Ms. Kaler just pointed out, just to recognize that this council and the city of Parksville has recognized the need for the category of those that are in danger of becoming unhoused. And that is a category that has been identified in many communities in Canada right now. And so we've recognized that. And that's why, as Ms. Kaler just pointed out, we have proactively gone very heavy into finding for affordable housing for these individuals. And we've done that. And if I can put a question to Mr. Russell right now, Bolinas Housing have a second phase of their project up at Moliette. Can you tell me, if you do know, Mr. Russell, what the numbers are in the phase 2 of the Bolinas Housing, and just roughly where we are on that? Just roughly.
Okay. If I may, Mayor and Council, the exact number of units is escaping me. I think it's around 40 or 50, but I could be wrong. I could probably quickly search for the number. The development permit's been issued. There's really 2 aspects that still need to be resolved, and they're both with the province. So one is the site was formerly a highways works yard, which has salt infiltration. So there's a contaminated site aspect that needs to be signed off on by the province. And similar to the Lions Housing, it's also in the funding decision queue from BC Housing.
Right. Thank you. So
I
that's
do
it.
have the
Good.
numbers if you want.
Pardon?
I do have the numbers if you like.
Go ahead.
48 units
Councillor Grant.
and 30 studios, 14 one-bedrooms and 4 two-bedrooms, as well as an amenity room.
Right. So that's just to let our public know anyways, that we are very active in trying to solve part of that housing crisis that's out there right now. So thank you for that information. Good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say, I'm just quickly scanning down the list of things, and there are a lot of critical service supports that council has approved on your list. But I do think Councillor Beale is correct that sometimes they are on the operational. So council has approved an annual capital envelope, it's over $4 million that you are in essence providing pipes for the people. So that is something you can put on your slogans for your election campaigns, that you are supporting that in the budget process. But I do think that as we're looking at where we're going to apply grants, what we're going to do in terms of decision making on different projects, eventually you may have to make some decisions on what happens now and what can wait, or what could maybe be contingent on grant funding. Or as Councillor Beale mentioned, we've seen this council look a little bit more for the user groups to step up and provide some funding as well. And so I think that's a trend that we're seeing around the province too, where if you want a new turf field for soccer, you got to fundraise for half the money or something like that. And so I think there's a few different options that will come before council, and we'll definitely, when we do our staff reports, we do try to identify, when something's critical, and certainly in our spending packages, they don't make it to you if they're not deemed to be critical on safety, legal efficiency, or staff or public safety, or your strategic plan. So that's the lens that we put on things. And I think council is mindful of those. For the most part, I think the difficulty is when you have a certain level of service in a park, it's really hard to dial that back. And we're actually going to maybe talk about that in the next slide if I can move on.
Carry on.
Okay, so the next slide is just around that whole, how do we adjust service levels? And Councillor Beale kind of took some of my thunder on this one, where the city does have and has had great success in partnering with nonprofits to deliver services that we would normally then have to deliver. So examples on recreation, the outdoor theater, daycare. There's a lot of partnerships where we provide the building and we have another partner provide the service. That's often a more affordable way to deliver the service, just for a number of different reasons. And it means that we don't have to have a recreation department, for example. So that's something to think about moving forward when opportunities are identified, is what are the more creative ways that we can provide it other than just hiring city staff. There's also what this council has seen and has been successful for us. We do try to hire term positions that are specific to a particular thing. And then once that thing is done, that person moves on to something. Normally they move on to something else in the city, which is actually really great because we get to keep all the amazing people that we end up working with. But it doesn't mean we have to if we don't need that service anymore. The other piece is, if we want to increase service levels, ultimately we have to use taxation to do that. And during the next year, when we're doing OCP and community engagement, we talk about willingness to pay. And a lot of the things that I think we need to have discussions with the community about are you willing to pay for that? And in communications, Deb puts out a survey around budget time asking that question. And some local governments have gotten really good on that too, where they're like, if you had to spend $100 on this or this, what would you pick? And so we do that. We don't get a ton of engagement on it in our smaller town, but those are things you can ask your constituents directly. Like, are you willing to pay more taxes to have this? Sometimes people will say, we need this, we want this. But if you tell them that that's a 2% tax increase and that equals a certain amount of money, out of their pocket, they'll be like, I don't know, maybe I don't need that. Maybe I don't need it that much, or maybe I don't need it to that service, to that level. So it's just a good conversation to have when you are being approached by people, just to kind of gauge what their willingness to pay is. And I think that's something that we are all very familiar with these days, from the grocery store to everything else we're purchasing. Another way that we can adjust service levels is by advocating to senior government. As you are already very well aware of as a council, we can ask the province to provide better service to us. We can ask them for direct funding. We are advocating with FCM on the gas tax. So there's a lot of other ways we can influence the funding that we get. I know there's a lot of discussion around infrastructure and us not getting the fair share of taxation budgets at the federal level. And I'm sure that will continue. And then the other piece is really just deferring to the market. So for example, in the community park, we have volleyball provided. We provide the court, but it's a private business that delivers volleyball. I think they have huge numbers that participate, but we don't have to get there and have a person showing them how to do what they're doing or putting up nets. We have lawn bowling where, again, we don't need to know how to do it. It's super much harder than it looks, by the way. It was very humbling. We did have a great staff meeting with them one morning where they taught us how to do lawn bowling. It was very embarrassing. I think I hit everybody else's balls except for my own, but we have a lot of great community services, as Councillor Beale was mentioning, that deliver things in a partnership where we provide something, usually the land or in-kind support, and they deliver the service to the community. So those are great ways to maintain a high level of service at a relatively good cost for the taxpayers. Okay, so we were talking about levels of service, and there was a couple of items that came up in this term that we thought we would just highlight for the public to understand again what a level of service means. And so again, it's really easy for folks to say, we should have more of this, we should have more of that, I want this, and why aren't you giving me what I want? But when we explain to people what that cost is, like, it seems easy sometimes to say, well, just put a garbage can at the end of my street, or put a garbage can at the, outskirts of town because I walk by there every day and I want to have a garbage can. And so we had a lot of discussion with the council here about what that cost is. And I guess to sort of remind the public, the level of service is, number one, do you provide a garbage can? Yes or no? That's your initial level of service decision. If you do provide the garbage can, is it an artistic, fancy, beautiful garbage can, or is it a Rubbermaid tote that you chuck out on the side of the road? And then how often do you maintain it? Like, is it something that you have a staff go by every day? Is it something that you just wait until the crows start picking at it and someone complains? And then, do you have the larger service where there's recycling, where there's like all of these other things? So if you think about just that simple thing that we provide, there's a range of service level there. Same can be said with our community parks, our parks. The community park is obviously the platinum, gold, like best standard ever. You can't beat that park. I really think it's the best in the world. I might be biased. And then you have other areas that are just like a vacant lot, perhaps, where there's not even maybe a bench, and we mow it when it starts to get really overgrown. So there's a huge range of service level there as well. And the other piece is the number of parks you provide. Like, cities are not required to provide a certain number. We have targets in our OCP that we exceed because Parksville is a very green. We have the most amazing natural amenities anyway. But those are levels of service that, again, the community can understand. And in our current OCP, we actually have policy that we don't add more parks unless they provide connectivity or have a strategic environmental asset. Like if it was a subdivision along the river, we would take parkland on the river. But if it's a subdivision somewhere else in town and it doesn't provide connection to a trail and it's just a lot in the middle that the developer couldn't develop because there's a big rock on it or something, we don't take that as park. And I think that's a service level decision that's enshrined in policy in the OCP and would be worth revisiting and making sure that those policies are still what the service level that council wants to see. Okay, am I good to go? Okay, and then this is just a good example of what I think is very high level and amazing level of service in the community park. And just something where council can kind of decide what level you want to do. This is a very discretionary item. And it's something that everybody loves and everybody wants. And, this summer I was so proud to be in the park and hear even like people not talking to me, but talking to each other about how amazing our park is. And I was kind of strutting around a little bit, I have to say, because it is just an amazing place to be. And no matter where you are, there's like, it feels like you're in a totally different space. I also had the opportunity to tour the park with the First Nation, Nanoose CAO, and myself and the Qualicum Beach CAO, because we're trying to give them some ideas on landscaping and park amenities. And they were blown away, and they've been in the park lots of times, but they're like, I've never been here. I've never been at the labyrinth. I've never been on the boardwalk. I've never been to the gazebo. And so it was really a proud moment for me. Graham came with me as well. And he definitely seemed like a proud parent, showing everybody what he had put in place there with his team. So I think this is the ultimate very high level of service if we want to think of examples of where we're providing that in the community.
Kiva,
Yeah.
if I may interrupt, I just received an email from a citizen that's actually watching this online.
Yeah.
And he's asked me to ask a couple of questions on his behalf.
Okay, sure.
If I may at this time,
Yeah.
he's going in between appointments, so he's
Sure.
watching right now. So this is whatever I believe in, whatever department can answer. This is from Mr. Pastors, watching online, unable to attend. He would like to ask the following: how many studies were started for Parksville in the past 2 years? And what were they, and how much did they each get budgeted for?
Okay.
And also, of the ones completed, when can the public learn of the results and how? So that may be a bit of an answer that may need some research, and if that could come back, but if we could get it back maybe before the end of the meeting today, Mr. Pastors would have the answer back.
Yeah, we would have that for sure.
Is that,
So last 2 years, so like 24, 25?
it said, studies for the past 2 years.
Okay. Yep.
What were they and how much did each get budgeted for, and which of the studies are still underway, and
Okay.
when are they expected to finish up?
Sure.
When can the public learn of the results? Well, we
Yeah,
can do
so
that.
some of that will be in the list that we're going to publish after the meeting that council has in front
Great.
for 25, and we'll certainly get the ones for 24 and share that information as well.
And Mrs. Holmes has her hand up, so she may be able to respond as well. Go ahead, Jetta, if you may, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also received a copy of that email, so I forwarded that to Mike because a lot of it's in our minor capital plans. And so we can pull it from there by the end of today, or perhaps we can report back first thing tomorrow morning. As he indicated, he might be attending tomorrow as well. So.
Right. And since we have received it in an email, maybe a response to him back via email would be the best way once you have those numbers researched. That would be a great way of addressing this issue. Thank you.
sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Carry on, Kiva. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank Mr. Pastors for watching. I'm sure he's one of many. There's got to be at least 5,000 people online, I hope, right?
At least.
Okay, where am I going here? So the other piece that we've kind of touched on, I'll just go very quickly over this, is who should deliver the services. And I think we're pretty clear on, where the city's jurisdiction lies and our core functions. But here's some examples of where the services could be provided. So you have everything from different levels of government to professionals, as I mentioned, with building inspection. We don't have to deliver that. We could rely on architects and engineers to do that for the residents. But I would say that would be uncommon in most municipalities these days. We can provide it probably cheaper to the individual and share that cost across everybody. And we also have nonprofit or individual residents. So one of the things we've been talking about, and we'll talk more on the 17th when the urban forest strategy is presented, individual residents can contribute in great ways to city amenities. So things like drainage on your property, trees on your property, bee gardens and hummingbird planters. So those are things most residents do without even thinking about what that cumulative beneficial impact is. Clearing the leaves off your own property so they don't blow down into the drains. So I think that's a really important thing to acknowledge and thank our residents for. Snow clearing, most people get out and do the snow clearing on their boulevards or maintaining their boulevards the rest of the time. So the city can achieve certain objectives in a really cost-effective way when the residents buy in and help us on their own private properties and on those interfaces. We also, I see in Parksville, have a ton of residents who litter pick and clean things on their walks and help us out in that regard too. So I just want that to be mentioned and citizens to be thanked for that. And same with private businesses. We have a lot of businesses in town that provide amazing services, even health services, mobility aids, things like that government could be providing, but it's more effective for the private businesses to deliver. And so one of the things I'd like council and the future council and the residents to think about is when we're looking at new services or changing service levels, Is the city the only one that can do that? And sometimes that answer is yes. We are the only ones that can issue a business license. We're the only ones, which is also voluntary, by the way. We're the only ones who can issue a building permit or change a zone. So in those situations, I think that's helpful for an evaluation of should we be doing this, changing the service, introducing the service. Is the city the best provider of the service? So if someone came and asked for new tennis facilities or a new pool, you know, are we the best one to provide that, or should it be the resort area, or should it be a private tennis club that already has land or something? And then the other piece of that is, should the city be providing guidance and education? So on things like recycling or things like conservation or you know, other things that we're expecting other people to do, should we be providing advice or things like professional services? So for example, when we have environmental development permit areas, we provide a lot of advice to the RP bios and the geotechs, but we're not doing that work on the property. We're telling them what we need them to think about and look at. And we're probably in the best position to do that. But the province could also do that and does do that through regulation. So we want to make sure we're not duplicating something that another level of government or another regulation or another best practice is duplicating, because that's just not efficient and we don't need to be in the mix. So sometimes we need to kind of understand when we should step out of the way and what our role is. And then the other piece of that is, again, if you're looking at a different service level, should the city defer to other people? So that's kind of on that same vein of, you know, is there a lawn bowling facility or a curling facility that can do this better than we can? And if so, is it that we provide them some funding, or we provide them some in-kind support, or we help them with getting grants or advocate for them to other levels of government? Okay, all good. And then we've talked about this, I think, each time that we come here, and I do understand how hard it is when citizens approach council. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Kayla. Kayla. This is Kayla. Sorry, Kiva. I just saw Councillor Gore's hand pop up. So go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Kiva, you mentioned an important point about sometimes letting the recreation groups take on things. But how does it work when the city owns the facility? And like the example I want to bring up is the pickleball courts. I know this council approved that we change both of the courts down at the beach to pickleball courts. And I think the club has been waiting when that work will start. I think is scheduled for 26 as per the work plan, but I don't have it in front of me. But what if something like the club was to take it on and cities to provide funding for that or match the funds as was promised previously? So can we be hands off and let them do the work on this, whether they can hire a consultant and get it done? Is that something possibly we could do?
Are you asking specifically about pickleball or just more general?
I am
with how
asking
it works at
specifically
rec?
about the pickleball, yes.
So in Parksville, we actually have 2 pickleball associations active right now. In the past, we've had more. And we do have, they book our courts pretty much exclusively most days for a certain period of the day. And they have committed to providing some funding, essentially matching the funding for some upgrades scheduled for 26. And council has approved that expectation. The other part of that is that they're publicly available for the rest of the time. And so, like, I think the answer is, I'm not sure exactly if I'm answering your question, but the answer is yes, we are looking at doing the upgrades in 26 and cost sharing. I think it's more than, I think we're doing more than 50-50. I can't remember what we have in the budget for that, but they said they would contribute 40,000 if I'm remembering off the top of my head. Right?
Yeah, 20,000, I think, and the budget was for 40,000.
Yes.
But my question is about, no, I'm saying not about when it's scheduled to happen, more like we commit those $20,000 and leave it for the club when they want to start doing those renos. Like, so we are not involved in that part. Is that something feasible? Is this something legal we can?
Yeah, we'd have to, I think that's not the way we've done it in any other facility that I can think about. Like, we would certainly be able to partner with them, I think, but that, I don't know, I'd have to kind of figure out the legality of that, because that might take it out of the public park realm. So we'd have to figure out that. But I mean, I think the answer is yes, that's possible. We could work together with another group to do renovations to city property. But it's not typically the way we would approach it, just because the
It's-
city is still the owner of the.
Correct. Yeah, that was my hesitation as well, but I like the answer yes, but
Yeah.
so I the reason I say this is, again, just being mindful of the workload for our staff, at the same time kind of matching the expectations of the club and the eagerness how much they have. So if they're
Mhm.
so eager, we could match the funds and let them do the renovations to the standards that they expect. They may hire somebody to do it. Because initially when we were asking for resurfacing, just changing the designation of the courts from tennis to exclusively pickleball courts, I think the club is now saying that they would rather prefer resurfacing because some of the paint's coming off, or some structural issues are going on with the courts. So my preference would be, as an example, to use pickleball, is an active club like this. We should be matching the funding that we promise. We give it to them, and they can set up a timeline that works with them. Obviously working with our park staff to kind of maximize the participation of these nonprofit and those groups that we have so active in our community.
Yeah, that's not possible. This is, sorry, Councillor Gore. In this particular case, this is City of Parksville property, and our own departments have to carry out the RFPs and so forth for the resurfacing and paying the bills and all the liabilities that come along with that. So the best way of partnering them is exactly as you've described anyways, is that they provide a portion of the funding. And when we say we're ready to get going with the project, when it fits in with our work plan, then we gladly accept their contribution and we apply it to the budget for that particular project. But to let anyone else, I can tell you, just exactly like the Performing Arts Theater in the park, it was exactly that same thing, is that our staff handled all the rest of the engineering, was heavily involved, planning, building, everyone was all involved. And so if it's our asset, our property, we handle the entire construction and we take contributions as needed. I understand what you're saying, but not on City of Parksville property. That's
But isn't this what the Aerosmith Tennis Club does, though, Mayor? I could be wrong, but I think the tennis club maintains those courts.
No.
Sorry,
I don't, not that I'm,
he broke up.
he said something about Aerosmith Tennis Club. I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah,
but-
sorry, my reception isn't the best. I could be wrong, but I think the Aerosmith Tennis Club gets any resurfacing done. Do they wait for the city or the RDN to do those, or is the club takes that on?
Councillor Gore is talking about Springwood, the
No,
tennis
city-
facilities. As I understand it, it's always been the City of Parksville that does any work on them. Is that not correct?
Excuse me,
Go
Mayor,
ahead,
if-
Ms. Holmes. Yes.
To comment that the Springwood tennis resurfacing is in the budget for 2027. So I think it is something that the city has regularly done and not the group that's using it.
Yeah, did you hear that, Councillor Gore? Yeah, so it's in our budget for as you mentioned, the Springwood tennis courts, if that's what you're referring to. So that is in our budget anyways for us to carry that through and schedule for 27.
I think
Okay.
if I could also mention with your good example, Mr. Mayor, of the outdoor theater, we did try to let the nonprofit do that. It's very challenging for nonprofits, which are a lot of volunteers. Their expertise is not on project management or engineering. And so we had to step in on that particular case in your previous term. And we had to assign a staff person 100% full-time to take that over and get that to completion. So I think it's a very big expectation on a smaller nonprofit that's mostly retired folks who just love the sport or love the theater or, are passionate about the topic. And I'm not aware of where that's worked well for us, but.
Yeah, it was with good intent, but another example where we have a good community participation for contribution to services is like the Friends of Foster Park. the people that work up at Shelley Creek Park as well, pulling out invasive species and so forth. And that's where we have community engagement, where the community around these parks are taking responsibility, almost like this is their park, and they're actually helping out with a lot of the maintenance on it, thereby reducing our servicing costs on it. So those are a couple great examples of community participation that I can comment on. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just add that in years gone by, in the community park, the Lions Club, which is very involved with the playground development there, and in many, many years ago, they were actually able to install equipment. But my understanding is that in relatively recent years, and that might mean 5 or even more than that, but that things have changed and that's no longer possible. And I understand from them directly that that hasn't been the case for a while. They might raise funds to purchase things, but the installation is no longer in their hands. And that's been true in other areas as well.
Yes, if I may, that is correct. And what probably contributes a large part to that is the regulations and the safety standards, and you have to have certified people to do everything. And it's really just not feasible for even a retired engineer that happens to be still active. They're not able to really take that on. And it's just, I think, an unrealistic expectation. And the city maintains the liability. So if somebody was to put something in and not do everything correctly, the liability is on us. And so it really is a part of our role to make sure that we're overseeing and doing the work with certified professional folks, but it does not in any way say that we can't take contributions from people, and we regularly do. And almost all of our sports groups give money every year, or they purchase equipment, or they purchase the logs around their facility, or they contribute to the maintenance of their own areas. So definitely the cost sharing is recommended.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to pickleball, do the nets get put up by the city too? Or are they maintained by the city, the nets for pickleball?
If I may, it depends on the court. So some are permanent nets and some are portable. And there's pickleball happening all over, like indoor and outdoor, in city-owned facilities, in churches, and all over the place. So it depends a little bit on where exactly it's happening.
How about a community park?
I think it's a mix of both right now, but we're looking at converting. There's a tennis court on one side. I think there's permanent nets on those ones, but not on the lacrosse box, for example. So they play pickleball on the lacrosse box every day in the summer, and they bring their own nets for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, I wasn't expecting the awesome questions. I like it, but I'm probably going to be here all day. So I won't go too much into problem definition. It's the same thing for council that we've talked about before. I know there's a lot of temptation when someone comes to any of you and says, we need to do this right away, we need to fix it. What I would really encourage folks to do is think about, is this actually a problem? If 5 people complain about something, but nobody else, maybe then it's not a problem. If it turns out that 5 people complain about not having drinking water, yes, that is a problem. So I think just asking council members to kind of go through this process of, is it a problem? Is it our problem? Is it a problem we should be fixing? What exactly are we trying to fix? What are the alternatives? And then looking at how successful and effective the implementation is. Okay. And then moving quickly through this, we provide this every year. And this is where we've kind of seen the rolling 2-year plan. So every year we're able to achieve about 4,000 hours worth of work. Now that's not like 100%, like we use proxies for a lot of things, but as I said, we're kind of finding that they're really matching up. So I think we're pretty good on our estimates for project size and the amount of time that's required. And we are consistently delivering around 4,000 hours of projects. And that's about 40 projects, 35 to 40, depending on the type of projects. What we consistently see on the active work plan is about 50 projects and maybe about 2,000 extra hours. And that's where we're finding the 2-year rolling plan is kind of helping us. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, perhaps helping council and helping the community to know that we haven't forgotten about it. It's still a priority. We might be doing a little bit of the design or the research on it in year 1 and the construction in year 2, and sometimes even year 3. And so it kind of, I feel like it's working okay. And the fact that we have a 5-year financial plan horizon, it kind of matches with that idea. And ideally, we'd like to have a 4-year work plan perhaps, which is a council term. But I don't think that's exactly realistic because you don't know what you're going to want to put on there in year 1 or year 2 sometimes. So 2 years seems like a good medium between all of those objectives. So we're kind of going on with that until we hear otherwise. So again, review of our 2026 work plan. This is going to be a very busy year for you as well as for us. We're still seeing a lot of impacts from things like supply chain issues. The tariff thing is also creating some issues for us now. We have some staff capacity issues, which council has helped us. For example, with the community park, we have the special event custodians that we hired this year from salary surplus, and we will need them always. I don't think we can host the number of events and the number of people in the community park without that. They're mostly targeted around keeping the washrooms clean and litter picking and garbage, and just eyes on the park condition so that if someone else is needed, they are there evenings and weekends in the peak season. And so we've been able to fill staff capacity through some term positions, some contracted positions, and some temporary, like casual support if we have someone away for an injury, for example. Okay, and here's I was just highlighting an example of some of the big projects that we can expect in 26. I should add pipes on here because we will be doing work on pipes. And actually there's a lot of P's on there, so that would be good alliteration. So pipes is going at the top, or permeating all the way through. But we have some exciting things around the Pioneer Playground design. The Parksville Pathway is finally, after about 25 years, probably coming to the end stages. And just a shout out to Graham and Nanoose First Nation and Nature Trust on that one. We've had, and also Robert in engineering. We've had a full staff team on this, and we're having great discussions with our partners on that as well. And it's been really a lot more fun and a lot more pleasurable in the last few years to deal with it. We've had some great downtown lighting, a lot of the focus in the community park, but also on Memorial and Alberni, and some amazing placemaking with the gathering space and other, the Arboretum and other planting areas and all the furniture in the community park. We're also upgrading the boardwalk. And that will become an operational thing, like as Mary said, or sorry, Councillor Beal, that we won't really see all the time because it's just going to be an operational investment, part of our asset management plan and in the annual budget. So we won't be bringing it back every year to say we're going to do the boardwalk. It's just going to get done. Same with the Moby Mat. That's now rolled into an operational, but it's a service level that we're providing. So we don't have to have a boardwalk. We don't have to have a repaired, well-maintained boardwalk, but those are the service levels that we have established. We've already talked a little bit about the lacrosse box and the pickleball courts. We have to do a general election next year, so that's always really exciting for everybody. It's a huge amount of work for admin, and it will start early in January. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes before it ever hits the public side. We will do a lot of probably discussions around procedures and process and fairness during the election period. So that's kind of like an ongoing orientation piece, just so the public understands, what, if they want to run, what the expectations would be of the positions and how to gain information during that period and what the laws are around things like signage and everything. As we mentioned, the much awaited OCP review will start, and there'll be ample opportunity for public engagement in that. We'll also have a technical committee review internally, things like the service levels we have established in the existing plan. And we're going to do a quick, not a quick, it probably won't be quick. We're going to do a scope review with council in a committee session on the 15th is our plan, December 15th. So for the public, that would be a great meeting for people to attend. And what we're going to be asking council, Blaine and I are just working on the slides, is what are the gaps? What are the focus areas and the priorities that you want to look at? And that will help inform our RFP for the consultant and the engagement strategy. And we will then, as staff, be looking at what information we need to provide to council. So if you identified, for example, that, I don't know, I can't think of a good example right now, like that parks was a really important priority, we would make sure you have all the existing policies, all the inventory, like how many parks do we have, like just kind of providing decision support to you as council, so that you kind of know where we're starting from before we go into that public process. And then the next one is transportation implementation. This is where we were talking a little bit, Councillor Martin, about studies or like Highway 19A improvements or downtown parking. that's where council will give us direction on what was going to hit the road, no pun intended, next year and into the future. Because some of those, as we'll talk about on the 12th, some of those projects are many years, like, 15, 20 years out. So we'll get some advice from council on the shorter term ones and maybe some guidance on the longer term. Okay, I think I've already talked about the workload, so I'm going to skip that one. And then we've talked a lot about the critical projects. And so I think it is worth mentioning some of the things to think about. We're going to have ongoing pressure and demands and requests and priorities from the community. And lots of people want to see more rec and those, flashy, fun things. But I just want to make the public and council aware that we do have a lot of need to do things coming on our plate in the next little while. If we don't want to increase taxes too much, or we don't want to have like massive spikes, we may need to look at where investment in recreation could be either postponed, or again, looking at those other opportunities for cost sharing or things like that. Because we are going to hit some must do's. When we hit 15,000 population, our RCMP costs will go up. That will not be discretionary. Council will just have to deal with that. And so we may need to look at where we can balance the budget on those years. We also have infrastructure deficits, as we mentioned, and the mayor talked about with our asset management plan. We've made great strides, and I do want to say this council has been extremely courageous and so receptive to the recommendations on building reserves so that you are protecting future generations from those Calgary type incidents. And it just makes it a lot easier for us to pivot when something happens that wasn't expected. And also to plan for what we know is expected. So I do want the public to really understand the benefits of that decision. And this council has advanced us in huge strides towards the asset management framework. And kudos to staff in finance and engineering for getting us really solid recommendations and understandings on and also outlining the uncertainties so that we are planning for a bit of an unknown, but there's a baseline known cost. And so then just kind of looking forward to your next term or future terms of council or the next year, I think just a mindset around, is this project that I'm advancing going to have an impact when I have all these other cumulative things that have to get done? So just a little bit of decision support for you guys moving forward, but also for people that are coming to ask you for stuff. So here's a couple of examples of completed projects. Council has the full list and we'll publish it with the materials from the next couple of days on Let's Talk Parksville. But here's a couple I just wanted to kind of celebrate from each department. I couldn't fit everybody on here. So I picked the ones that had a lot that have been before council. I don't know, I'm not really maybe going to go through them because council can kind of read for yourselves, but a couple of really exciting ones that I think staff turned around really quickly. The patio program, I think, is going to be great in the coming years. And kudos to planning for, again, behind the scenes, it doesn't really look like a lot. You just come and you get a permit. But there was a huge amount of research and bylaws and regulations and safety. And what about if someone, is sitting on a road and a car is close by? So kudos to planning for in a really busy year with a lot of required provincial things, getting that done this year in time for the summer, and supporting a couple of businesses that have great vibrancy on those spaces. I think moving things forward on our master plans in engineering has been really amazing, and having the environmental impact assessment for the Parksville pathway. So that came to council fairly recently. And of course, the transportation master plan closeout. And then negotiating a lot of important agreements in administration and delivering some of those required changes to bylaws that council had on the books for a while. And then just delivering some really great community events that were really fun to attend. And we got really good feedback from folks, and some really great photos of council at those events with beautiful cakes and all kinds of cool pictures. So just wanted to highlight some of those. And on the list, we have about close to 50 that were completed or very close to completion and will be completed by the end of this year. Okay, I don't think I need to talk about this. I think I've talked about balance enough with you already. And then a couple of things that we're working on for 2026. You'll see them on your list, but this is for folks that are maybe looking at the slides later on. Again, I don't think I'm going to go over them too much unless there's questions on anything specifically. Here's just highlighting a couple of the big things that will take multi-departmental support to move them along. So again, being mindful of, you know, everything that we touch pretty much goes through several departments before it gets out the door. So here's a couple of the big examples, supporting the Parksville pathway to completion, working with affordable housing with partners and on our own city properties, the fire hall renovation, which will be a major infrastructure project, our drinking water master plan, phase 1 and 2, and then phase 3 would be kind of the implementation piece, looking more into kind of 27, 28 and beyond. Our official community plan, emergency management. So we've had a lot of changes on the emergency management side. And one really exciting piece that myself and the CAO from Qualicum Beach are working on is partnering with First Nations. We've had some great success there. And so just really thank our First Nation partners and friends for participating in that with us and moving that along. Okay, and so adding new items, really the same thing, just thinking about critical, thinking about balance. Are we the only one or the best one to deliver that service? And what are the implications for residents? And I think I kind of covered this. So we do have a couple of things that are on the budget for 26 that are staff initiated. And so that's basically us making sure that we're in compliance with all of the legislation. Council actually, on the advocacy side, brought forward a resolution to UBCM that was endorsed unanimously by everybody, that the province needs to help us by, number one, perhaps consulting with us on changes that they make to statutes and regulations, but also maybe giving us a bit of a breather. We had literally hundreds of amendments that affect us in every area that we work in. And we are just reeling from that. And we really need some time to figure out how to comply. And a lot of them do require staff time and sometimes even cost. So we just need a little bit of a breather, I think, on that. If the province is listening, if Premier Eby is listening, which I'm sure he is, it would be nice to have a little bit of a break on that. We are also looking at completing our work shed in the community or in the public works yard and the wash bay. And those were really critical for staff safety, for environmental safety, and for equipment and protecting our assets. So we believe the shed will be done by the end of the year. The wash bay is probably going to go into 26. Asset management, which you just had a presentation on, and we're moving along really well on that. We are looking internally at defining a lot of our service levels a little better. We have some areas very well defined, like for example, the garbage can service level we just brought to council. We also have a good service level definition for bylaw compliance, for example, and for a couple of other things like snow clearing. We have a pilot that's underway this year and last, but a lot of our things aren't as well defined as we would like. And moving into a new term of council, we would really want to have a clearer understanding for the orientation of where the service levels are on a few things. So behind the scenes, we're working on that. We are always looking at policy updates, and council has actually given us priority on a few of those. I mentioned the noise bylaw, the fees and charges bylaw. We had quite a few come forward this year for tweaking, and we're currently looking at the development cost charges, which is a very major project involving finance, engineering, but also planning and admin. That requires provincial approval as well. So it's a bit more of an involved process, and community consultation. So those are some big projects that are going to be underway very quickly in 26. Okay. It's really heartening and really great to hear the good feedback from council on our staffing. I'm very proud of our staff team. As I say, like, they just go above and beyond all the time. I constantly get emails. I do try to share some of them with council. And even just as recently as Friday, I had an amazing email from somebody who was recognizing the service in finance. I constantly hear about the great work we're doing in planning, in parks, in roads. It's just, I'm sure engineering, although Sean, I haven't had anything lately, so maybe, just kidding. No, we hear great feedback on engineering as well, and the support that they provide through capital services. So it's amazing, actually. And we're still a relatively small organization. We've been about 100 employees for many years, and we're close knit. I like that I know everybody, and I know if they have a dog or kids or cat. We feel like a family, and it's really rewarding to see what we're able to do for the community. And It does help when, you know, we have a lot of capacity, people just make it work. But I am mindful of burning people out. And so we talk a lot at our senior team about protecting our staff from that and trying to have an understanding of, you know, what we can do on retention. The lawn bowling thing was very fun for our senior team. We try to do at least one of those types of events during the year. During our senior staff meeting, obviously it was very affordable for us to just walk across and we gave a donation to the lawn bowling instructors. But we often do tours around our facilities. So we have a tour of the water treatment plant, which is really fun for our staff to learn about what everyone's doing. We toured the community gathering space and the park, another staff meeting. So we kind of have walking meetings to maybe break up the monotony. But the team is just amazing. And I like people often say to me, oh, you've been to Parksville for so long. Why are you still there? And it is because of our team. Like I can't imagine not working with this group. And all of the folks in our city that contribute every day. So it's amazing to see that happening all the time with the different pressures that come at us as local governments and public sector employees. So and a big thanks to council for your ongoing support. Like it really helps us keep people when there's respectful and courteous counsel and our staff feel valued. So thank you very much to each and every one of you for that. You always reach out and recognize staff on little things and it means everything to them. So thank you for always doing that. Okay, so this is, I think, my last slide or very close. This is just an overview of what council's role is in strategic planning. You set the vision and the priorities and give us our service levels and where you want to see the priority delivery. You approve the new capital investment for the community. So things like new road maintenance, like upgrades that we just did on Bagshaw or Corfield or McMillan. Also, if we have new infrastructure in the community park, council approves all of those things. You give us guidance through policy so that we can deliver things operationally. As I mentioned, we have something on bylaw compliance. We're looking at a few other things that would probably come out of the OCP review. Things like tree management, request for service, charging perhaps in the future for public spaces when folks are renting them or using them. And then, of course, council approves our budget. And so for the public, I think most people understand this, but we have an annual budget for 26. We also have a 5-year financial plan. And so sometimes we ask council to put money in the budget in future years, and that gives us an approval in principle. But it also means that the council every year gets a chance to refine, review, adjust, and amend that budget if something comes up that we didn't know about the year before. So we have a 5-year rolling plan in some respects, and we have a 5-year estimate of tax requisition, but we every year provide that touch point with council so you can confirm, yes, we do want to have these projects that in 26 we wanted to have next year, but now it's next year. Are we still sure we want to have those? And so I think our process has been very smooth and kind of comprehensive that way. And then, of course, council strategic decision making. We mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, you have a few areas that are your focus. I think it's 6. I should know that. It was 5 before, I think it's 6 now. And that really gives you guidance and the community guidance on where those priority investments will be happening. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Kiva. And something I just wanted to mention as well, were the like during the past couple of years here, where the staff were flexible enough to, I guess, rebound with solutions for the crises downloaded by the province. And so I'm going to call it out in a Bill 4445 type of thing that came out of nowhere that was not on our work plan. And we didn't have that in our strat plan. And yet it was addressed. We had the implications was going to affect our community in a great way was the short-term rentals change. And so I have to recognize the fact that we as council addressed in specifically the short-term rental success that we achieved. We as council engaged directly with the Minister of Housing. However, I want to recognize the fact that all the work was done to bring the resolution through that we were able to come to a good conclusion was done by the Ministry of Housing staff and the City of Parksville staff talking and just suggesting the implications of what would happen if this legislation went through. And so they that wasn't on any work plan. And all that I can say is that the staff rebounded so quickly with all the information we needed to take it to the next level to enable our staff to talk to their staff. And then we were able to come to a good solution. And everyone was happy at the end of it, but that wasn't on our work plan. Bill 44 and all the implications of the zoning changes that planning had to go through, it was just dropped on us all of a sudden. And they had timelines put on it by the province. Unfortunately, the province don't, adhere to timelines that we would like to happen on permits and so forth and housing. But at the same time, our staff, they made it happen. And we didn't have to increase our staff. We did all with our existing staff. So these are the little things that just drop in on us. They're unexpected. So I have to, recognize the fact that this work plan is great, but this doesn't show all the things in between that happened on every single thing. So thank you for that. What I would like to do is, if there's no further questions, I would like to take a 10-minute comfort break right now. Let everybody stretch a little bit. We'll reconvene at, this is 11:10. Let's reconvene at 11:15. Okay, there you are. Okay. Councilor Gore, before we go, yes.
Yes, sorry, Mayor, just one quick comment. I think Kiva touched on that. I do want to personally thank all our staff. We know how hard you guys work. We've seen that with the beautiful community park. We've seen that with some notes of appreciation that we sporadically do get from our community members via emails. So it's really appreciated how much work that you guys do. You are the face. Well, we are the face of the city, but you are the engine that are running all the work behind the scenes. So from admin to all the ops, all the departments, amazing work. Sincere thanks to Graham and his team, all the members involved. And sorry to see again Mike Denton leaving us, but hopefully we can find somebody as incredible as Mike. But again, yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to all our staff.
Any other final comments, council? Okay, thank you. So we'll recess until 11:15. If you could, stretch your legs. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll reconvene. Mrs. Holmes, back in your court. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Amanda, I'll just get our PowerPoint up to get started again on this. Okay, the first part of this part of the presentation is really to take a look at kind of the foundation of the financial plan. Kiva's already covered some of this, so I'll skip through some of those slides that are going to be a duplication for efficiency. Yep. Great. Okay.
Thanks, Gary. There we go.
Okay. This one Kiva has reviewed in terms of what's included in our financial plan, so I won't spend any time going through that. What we do want to highlight for council as well as residents that may be watching is what is not in our financial plan. And really that's services that are provided legislatively or otherwise by other jurisdictions. So more senior levels of government like the provincial or federal government, but also what's provided by the regional district and the library as well. We'll highlight some areas where we have contracts with the RDN for some of our services that are provided in Parksville. But other than that, our financial plan should only be reflecting what we are responsible for providing. A little bit more discussion about levels of service so that we can understand what's included in the financial plan. And the financial plan reflects our core level of service that was provided in the prior year, but costed at what we expect will be the cost for this year. It will include major maintenance items that is essentially part of our asset management program. And most of those are highlighted in minor capital, but sometimes it's also just in our operational budgets and an amount is done each year. If items are considered a legal requirement or a safety, whether that's employee safety or resident safety or regulatory requirements, those automatically go right into the financial plan because for the most part, we don't have discretion in terms of doing them or not. So it doesn't come to council as a spending package, but it still might be something that's new from last year. And we do look at what the costs are based on inflation, if it's an estimate, or contracts that we may have that provide for actual costs, and put our best guess in as to what the costs will be in 2026 to provide the same level of service as the prior year. What will come to you as new spending proposals are things that are improvements in service levels that maybe are new employees, or perhaps we're going to provide a different level of service in a park. It will also be capital upgrades that are not just renewals of the same infrastructure or asset we have in place. So perhaps it's a road that didn't have sidewalks, but now we have residents or the council would like to have sidewalks along that part of the road. That will come back to council for direction on essentially the upgrade piece. The renewal piece would be part of our long range asset management plan, but anything that's going to be different or new or improved level of service on a road or other asset, that would come back for direction from council on, do we proceed with the upgrade? And then how will we fund that? Because the infrastructure renewal would come out of our infrastructure reserve. Any upgrades to that would come out of other funding. Any spending proposals that come to council with respect to assets, what we have been doing is providing a life cycle costing. So not only just the upfront cost of the capital asset, if that's the scenario, which may be grant funded and seem like it's free to the city, but we need to understand what are the long-term operating costs of that asset, what are the maintenance costs, ultimately what's the renewal or disposal of that item, and what is the cost associated with that, because sometimes those costs are higher than we might want to assume within our revenue base, whether that's utility fees or property taxes. So those are the types of things that will come to council for specific direction. What we'll be presenting today and tomorrow is our core financial plan. What was provided last year in terms of level of service, costed at today's dollars, and an estimate for the 5 years. Pulling together the financial plan is done by all departments, and staff at every level are involved in providing updated costs, work plans in each department. And I would suggest we have a process that's pretty fine-tooth comb. We really look at things. We've had a lot of staff that are looking at, we need an increase in one area, but can it be offset by a decrease in another area rather than just automatically decreasing? Really looking at actual costs and work plans. So we might see something that was a work plan item this year isn't next year, but that staff's going to be put onto something different. So there is a lot of review of accounts in terms of looking at our own operations. We also have a lot of inputs from external to the city. And so that can be from legislative items. It can be from other agencies. There might be funding opportunities that we are going to bring. For example, with the fire hall renovation, we have an application in for that strategic priorities fund. That's reflected in the budget because it's required to be, but with the understanding that that project isn't proceeding until we know what the nature of that funding is. We have contracts with our employees through collective agreements. BC Assessment provides our numbers on which we base our property taxes. And again, as I mentioned, we don't have that preview roll for this year until Friday. So we've got some assumptions based around that. The economic uncertainty is a real thing, as Kiva alluded to. And so looking at kind of what inflation rates do we use and what are impacts as it relates to our supply chain issues. One of the things that'll come to you later is our equipment replacement reserve. And when we're looking at having to plan 2 years out for some vehicle replacements, what you're going to see in some of the capital plans is 1 year we'll have a deposit, and then the actual 75% of the cost might be in a subsequent year because that's just the way things are working. So some of those numbers in the capital plan need some explanation. They're not actually two different purchases, but the same one, but as a matter of the timing. The state of the infrastructure and asset management, you received a presentation on Monday about that. And so that impacts everything we look at in all of these financial plans, of course. One item that I'll just talk about in terms of general preparation of the financial plan, we've done a few things at looking for efficiencies across all of the city. One example is looking at our training and conference budgets, and Marley alluded to the fact that when we have vacancies, sometimes those budgets don't get used. What we're also seeing is there's a lot more opportunity for doing courses online and having almost subscription type services for some of our training. And so when we've got a lot of professionals, whether that's in engineering or IT, some of our folks out in operations, we can do some of this training online. So we've seen some efficiencies where budgets in total across the city aren't getting used substantially. And so this year we've combined those budgets into one corporate training account and been able to reduce the total expenditures in the city by about $100,000. We're going to see how that works, and does that provide enough training dollars in consolidation? Because as you know, we've been trying to eliminate some of these contingencies that we have in every department. If we can combine those, we can kind of save some property tax or utility fees. But it may be that we're a number of years post-COVID, it's been hard to kind of get back to what's our normal. And maybe this is our new normal where we have more online, and every second year or something, we go to do something in person. So we'll see how that works, but that is reflected in this current base plan, and we'll see how that goes operationally. We talked earlier a little bit about the public consultation. So this is really just to acknowledge that's a significant and important part of our financial planning process. And this is something that really is a year-round process. You hear from residents all year about what they'd like to see or what they want their property taxes to be. And so obviously we engage in some more direct engagement with our residents and taxpayers at this time of the year, but I certainly see this as an all-year item. Looking at inflation, it's a challenging thing right now. It's a very uncertain economic environment, which financial markets hate. So it's a little bit all over the place. But I do know for sure that our nice high interest rates that we saw post-COVID have really come down closer to reality now. And hoping that as we plan out with our long-term infrastructure, that we can try and take advantage of some of those longer-term investments and put that money aside, because we can get some higher rates with that. But you'll see in the budgets that our investment income is down. What I'm hearing from the Bank of Canada is just with the uncertainty south of our border, there's only so much that monetary policy can do, where in the world order maybe 10 years ago, it wasn't impacted as much. And so it's very uncertain. We still have those tariff contingencies in the financial plan funded by surplus. As Marley said, we didn't end up actually using them this last year in 2025, but every week you never know what's coming, right? And we saw some of that last week with the president. And so I think it's prudent that we leave those in there for now. Again, not at any additional taxation or utility fees, but that staff has the flexibility to continue to deliver those services with a little bit of a cushion there.
Thanks, Jetta. Take a breath.
Yeah.
Councillor Prowse, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, when you mention tariff contingencies, can you explain that a little bit? What do you mean by tariff contingencies? I thought that Canada removed our tariffs.
Yeah, through the mayor. Last year in the 2025 financial plan, we put into minor capital a total of $200,000 across the 3 operating funds and funded it from operating surplus. So it was net revenue neutral. What that did was allow that extra money to be in the budget in case there was a significant tariff increase in cost that was for a service that was unavoidable. So for example, if we were replacing a vehicle that was, at a critical replacement point, but because of tariffs, it ended up being $50,000 higher than what we expected, we had the ability with council's approval last year to dip into that tariff funding to offset that additional cost for critical services only.
Follow up.
Just to be clear, that's for Canadian imposed tariffs.
Right. That's if, for example, wherever we might buy it from, including if it was from the US, but if we were buying, say, an automobile is probably the most obvious example because there are tariffs still in place. If it was beyond what we kind of budgeted because of tariffs, then that additional funding was there to offset the additional cost. So for example, if we had $50,000 in the budget to replace a truck, and because of the US tariffs, it ended up being 75.
So when you say US tariffs, though, wouldn't it be Canadian tariffs, the tariffs that we impose? Because Canadians pay for the Canadian tariffs, right? Americans pay for the American tariffs.
Right. So the US has, depending on the supply chain, so for example, some of the chassis that we use for fire trucks are built in the US. And so if the Canadian importer of that needs to pay the tariff, so we're going to pay our Canadian supplier the additional amount that is increased because of the US trade policy, that's where we would have the ability to use those funds if we need them.
And then, and what is happening now with those contingencies? Now we're just holding on to them as a place marker?
Right. We just left them in minor capital funded by accumulated surplus. I've got them in for the years of this current president's term, and I don't have them in subsequent years because I think this is an unusual scenario. And I think he continues to demonstrate the unpredictability of that, as evidenced by last week's complete cessation of trade talks. So it's in there. Again, as committed to council, we would only use it for those critical services.
And then afterwards, what would happen to them?
They would just be removed from minor capital. Yeah. And I can point that out to you when we get to those schedules.
Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. Thank you. Jetta, I can appreciate that the lower interest rate does not particularly help us when it comes to investments, but is there a sort of a flip side in that it could make it advantageous? It could improve the borrowing capacity if there was something that we needed to borrow money for?
Yeah, through the mayor. Yes, I think that borrowing rates would be down. That's certainly not kind of one of our highest priorities, but I think where it does come in, and I've got a slide in a little while, is it may help our residents. right? So their mortgage rates might be lower and, kind of personal loans or things like that, or even just businesses that are now able to do more things because their rate of borrowing is lower. I think that's probably where it plays more to the benefit of the city as a whole, even though as you pointed out, our investment returns are down. So I think that's where it probably is more beneficial. Yeah.
Carry on. Thank you.
Good. So just looking specifically, the most unpredictable areas, I think, for our businesses is steel, aluminum, and the lumber sectors. And we're certainly impacted by those on the island, our residents, our taxpayers. The inflation rate had been holding relatively steady, but had some uptick recently. So we'll see where that goes. In the financial plan, we've used kind of a range of 2 to 3.5% for some of our estimates, or more or less if it's known. We'll see where the trade policy from the US drives our economy. I think Parksville has actually probably done well in terms of tourism because a lot of people are avoiding going to the US, both external tourists, say from Europe, I'm seeing a lot more on the island that didn't go to the US, as well as just our own residents that are choosing to travel in BC. So again, seeing some positives that come from that support our community and our industries here across a variety of sectors. As I noted, the BC assessment roll will be available later this week. So at our next meeting after this week, I'll bring that back to council and we can understand what impact that might be on our property tax revenue. What we need to remember is you have recently approved a statutory or permissive exemption policy, as well as we have some downtown revitalization exemptions. So that against all of the new construction in Parksville as well. So it's often hard to really estimate well what that might be. Looking at our population estimates, there's some things that reach that threshold that then require an increase in costs and perhaps some minor increase in revenue within our financial plan, and we do our best to estimate that. One of the things we know for sure is the RCMP threshold is set hard at 15,000, and in 2026 we'll have our next census. If we flip over that 15,000 population, then we're into a whole other range of RCMP costs that we'll go through tomorrow. But I think it's important to try and keep that in mind. But the RCMP isn't the only one. Sometimes we reach a threshold with fire service where we need another member and things like that. So within the plan that we'll go through tomorrow, you'll see that also in the fire department's budgeting, where they're kind of looking ahead at adding members as well. But we also see it in our infrastructure and park usage and things like that. So maybe all of a sudden we need another parks or facility staff member as well, or maybe in planning and building inspections. So we keep an eye on this to look for that. It's not measured every year in a formal statistical way, but next year we'll have a check-in and we'll just hope for maybe 14,998, because I understand with the RCMP is it is based on the census. So it really gives us a 4-year reprieve. If we don't flip over on this one, then we can kind of shift things out a little bit. So right. I would be grateful for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for you, Jenna, and I think it's been asked previously by myself, but if you can remind me, are we also keeping some contingency for the RCMP collective bargaining? I understand they are still negotiating the wages for the members, and we might have to pay them some retro. So are we putting some money aside when and if that comes into play?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor. Yes is the short answer. I think some municipalities learned their lesson last time there was a RCMP retro, and many got caught off guard with very significant amounts, which was not the case for us. We had accrued the amounts. We've continued to do the same as well. The RCMP contract actually provides for an assumed increase, so we are putting aside that amount for sure. We've also put an additional contingency in there funded from that RCMP reserve, just so that we are aware that it's there. And I understand from our from Travis DeCoin that the negotiations are still ongoing. So we did have a contingency in for 2025 in the hopes that it would be settled this year, and we have it in there again for 2026.
Follow up, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So Jetta, can you speak to the number? How much percentage are we putting aside as recommended in the RCMP contract?
Yeah, the RCMP contract has recommended 3.5%.
Thank you. Any
Okay.
other questions on this side? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fraz.
Do we have any idea what that increase will end up being? Once we cross the 15,000 threshold there?
Through the mayor, last year I spoke to the District of Lake Country that had recently crossed that threshold, and they saw about $1 million increase in their first year. So we've been trying to kind of estimate that within our estimates, as well as looking at the City of Parksville generally has increased a member every 4th year, depending again on activity. In discussing that with our staff sergeant, he looked at it and said we could probably comfortably move that out 1 year from where it had been in the plan, which is helpful. So we don't kind of get a real compression of those additional costs. We won't know exactly what that looks like for us, but we have been building that RCMP reserve, which council could choose to use to kind of soften the blow of that a little bit over a number of years. And District of Lake Country decided not to do that. They had been putting money aside, but decided to just leave it there because they were going to be needing to build a new detachment building. So they ripped the Band-Aid off and had about a 10% increase in 1 year.
So, and just you. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying 5 million. Okay. No, 5.
Yeah, okay. We'll have some schedules on that tomorrow with respect to the specific numbers around that. Looking at our employees, which are our superstars delivering all the services across the city, just some metrics around this for you. We have about 105 FTEs now, with 81 being CUPE and 24 exempt. We currently have about 8 vacant positions right now, and Marley alluded to this a little bit. We have some numbers that the actuals for 2025 are lower than budget just because of those vacancies. And fortunately, 3 of those 8 have actually been filled in this last few days. So that's down a little bit, but we continue to have some vacancies there as well. One of the things that will be coming to council as a spending proposal for this year that was funded last year on a temporary basis is those seasonal custodians in the community park. We had an amazing year in 2025 with very few, if any, complaints about that. So we know that it's a level of service that the level of activity in the park really requires. And it's really nice not to get complaints about that kind of thing. And I think it was a great addition to have that staff working a little bit later shift in the day, as well as just in that real peak time for the city. Our collective agreement for our CUPE staff expires at the end of 2025. So right now within the financial plan, our assumptions built out with respect to where we see that might land based on neighboring jurisdictions and things like that. And so once we have a settlement number about that, then there may be adjustments to those numbers that we can bring back to council. We continue to have recruiting and retention challenges, and this is a demographic issue that I think people across Canada are seeing. But yeah, just looking at competitive wages, the cost of housing in Oceanside is no longer an area that we can count on that used to be a good recruiting tool. We generally have about 10% turnover rate historically, and there are labor shortages and low unemployment rates. So it's still something that is on our plate to deal with as we try and fill those vacant positions. Okay, we're going to start to get into some of the details now. As I mentioned, when we look at the 26 to 2030 financial plan, we start with the revenue assumptions that were in the 25 to 29 financial plan. So for the property taxes, what that meant was a total of 5.8% in 2026, and that's based on a 4.6 base increase, and then those incremental contributions to capital reserves that happen every year and have been approved by council in prior years. And so that's 0.5 to the general fund, which we've been doing for about 4 years now. And then what just started in 2025 is the combined amount of 0.5 to our water and sewer funds. So this will be the second year of having that contribution. So that adds 1%, as well as the 0.2% that was approved 2 years ago to go to the Protective Services Reserve for a total of 5.8. In water and sewer, we have 6% increases across all years. And we'll talk a little bit more about that today as we look at some of the capital and significant repair costs that we're seeing in our utilities, as well as possible implementation items that might come from the drinking water study. In the next 4 years, we see a total of 5.7% property tax, and then 3 at 5.2. 2030, I just put in as the same as 2029, but as we move through the 5-year financial plan analysis, those years may change and we can take a look at that. Or if there's any incremental reserve contributions, that type of thing, we can look at what that impact is going out. I like to present it this way so that we can clearly see what amount of that increase is actually investment in our reserves and future infrastructure versus just what's kind of for current operations. I think it's important to really look at those separately, because the investment in capital reserves is a really long-term financial decision. As we talked about on Monday, it's not so much something that is required in the current year, but I think part of why we're here with our asset management and infrastructure deficits is because those investments in the long term weren't made in prior years when we had lots of years of 0% tax increases. So I think it's important to celebrate the fact that we're making those, as well as breaking them out so that our residents can understand what that rate is comprised of. Looking at kind of the difficult choices for council and a bit of the balancing act that's required as you look at the financial plan. There's things that are impactful to the city in terms of some of the economic uncertainty affecting our procurement and our ability to enter into contracts to find good costing and pricing on the things that we use in our service delivery. There's that long-term infrastructure funding, which do you really need to put aside the 1% of property taxes this year? Maybe not, right, in terms of cash flow, but in 20 years, subsequent generations will be really glad, and those councils will be glad that you did, because they will have the flexibility of renewing that infrastructure. So there is a balancing act there between the current costs and that longer term vision. And then there's just rising costs across everything we see, especially construction costs. It seemed to every project that we had this year, when we're getting cost quotes and things like that, any kind of construction costs is seeing increases. Fuel costs, as you know, and we always have our contractual wage increases that are built into the financial plan. On the other hand, yeah.
Sorry, if I may, there's a question from Councillor Gore, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If Jetta, I apologize, but can we go back to the previous slide, please?
Oh, sure.
So the property tax increase hovering around 5.5, that's just, again, the Parksville portion, our operational $21 million budget, correct? So for a household, it will likely be higher depending on how much the tax increase is at the RDN or the library. So this is just the 21 million for the Parksville portion, the 5.5% increase.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. My second question, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So we look at the water rates and the sewer, it's steady at 6%. And if you can remind me again, why are we keeping it at 6? I know some of the contribution is probably going to the capital reserves for both the funds.
Through the mayor, yes, there are some contributions that are built into that. There's also an infrastructure amount for the water treatment plant that is contributed to reserves as well.
Right.
What we'll go through this afternoon is both in the water and the sewer fund, there is the reserves are low. And what we're seeing, especially in the sewer fund, is a lot of deferred maintenance items where we had in 2025 a lot of unexpected breakdowns. Nothing catastrophic, but it still adds up. And so these rate structures, in my opinion, are required just to really bring those utility funds up to a point where we've got some financial sustainability and some financial flexibility as well in there. And we'll talk more this afternoon, but there's also very significant costs related to the French Creek Pollution Control Center. And that provides our wastewater treatment for our sewer fund, and we'll go through those numbers. So there's just some really significant cost drivers in these two utility funds. And it may be that these rates actually need to be higher. I know that the City of Victoria has proposed a 10% increase in their water rates. And that was the kind of lowest they could go, really, to keep their utility moving at a basic rate. So I'm very well aware that these seem high and they seem like, okay, why do they need to be extended? But I think this is a bare minimum at this point. If council will recall, when we did our annual allocation of the unrestricted surplus, the sewer fund doesn't even kind of meet our basic working capital amount that we have that we would like to have for unrestricted surplus. So again, just building in some financial sustainability into these utility operations that need to be self-funding, and also are often the ones that are having to respond to unexpected repairs that are part of that critical service group that Kiva referred to earlier.
Right. If I may follow up, Mayor, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, this is not just operational, but also some capital. That's why the percentage is, or to me, I think it's higher. But I don't know, I was pleased to hear some good numbers in the federal budget for some infrastructure funding. And if we were to get those grants, do you think I don't know what conditions will be applied to those grants, but could those perhaps bring those percentages down if some millions of dollars came our way?
Through the mayor, short answer is I don't think so. We'll go through this afternoon the minor capital and capital plans for water and sewer, and we've used grants and reserves and everything else that we can use for these types of things. So yes, infrastructure funding from senior levels of government is always welcome, but I think you'll see that we are already using some of those grants with water and sewer capital and minor capital works. And so again, I don't see these rates coming down because I feel like we're using that opportunity already and are still running a bit short, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, he's
Okay.
done. Yeah.
Great.
Carry on.
So just continuing that conversation about the balance. And so we understand maybe what the economic drivers are for the city, but we also know that our ratepayers, whether that's residents that are paying property taxes or those that are paying utility fees, are also impacted sometimes in different ways, positive and negative, by those same economic impacts, but often by others as well. For example, they also receive their tax notice that reflects all the other jurisdictions. And we know that just like us, the other jurisdictions are also being impacted by some of these economic drivers. We also know that some of these other jurisdictions are having same infrastructure issues and things like that, and the same construction escalation costs. For example, French Creek Pollution Control, 10 years ago, it was about a $45 million project. And, you know, but it's critical infrastructure. There isn't a choice but to continue to provide that service. So we'll see some of the costs, and I have a graph that shows what those costs are going to be over the next 5 years, because starting in 2027, the debt payments hit that operation. And so our residents are going to be paying that through their regional district requisition. And as much as we need to do what we need to do for our own financial plan, we can't do that in a vacuum and not understanding what some of these other impacts are to our residents. Similarly, there being impacts in different ways, businesses and individuals by tariffs, by changing job markets, and by rising costs. And we're seeing that in groceries. That's one of the places where inflation has really hit hard, and as well as clothing and fuel. So just really stating the obvious here, and I know that you understand this, it is a balancing act between what we need to do for the city's financial sustainability, but also understanding that our residents are receiving all of this as well. Eva alluded to this, but things that we are still waiting for and or need to come to you as information that aren't reflected in the plans that we'll talk about today are those spending proposals for enhanced levels of service or recommendations and findings that are coming out of, say, the Transportation Master Plan or other plans. There may be other council initiatives. Councillor Grenz raised one at our Monday meeting, that we're going to bring you back some information for decision on that. The BC assessment preview role, and then the RDN financial plan was presented yesterday, but there are amounts in that financial plan that we pick up in our plan as well. So we'll be looking for seeing where their numbers land and if their board gives additional direction on changing any of those. Some of the ones that are, I think, coming to you very soon in terms of where we'll see costs and where the costs will be significant. And I just really want to make sure we're all aware of these as we're evaluating other things that may come before you. The drinking water study, as Kiva suggested, is very, very comprehensive and will be coming with a variety of findings and recommendations for implementation. And we need to be prepared for that. And that's part of, again, building some of those reserves, say in the water fund, to be able to respond to some of those recommendations that may be critical for that long-term drinking water supply in the city. We talked on Monday about that sustainable infrastructure renewal funding. We also know that we're still working on our asset management plans and review of long-term repair, maintenance, and renewal of our facilities in the city. And this is something where we've got a lot of work to do. In our minor capital and capital, you've been seeing the last couple of years, and you'll see again this year, a lot of structural assessment, roof repair, roof replacement, different things that we need in our facilities. That is probably one area where we've seen a lot of deferred maintenance that now is just coming home to roost. And so we'll be bringing you more information on that likely next year, realistically on that, but it's just something to keep in the back of your mind. And then there's the RCMP population threshold, which will be significant, both in terms of our operating costs of the contract. And we know that on the horizon is the possibility of needing to provide for a detachment building. The province no longer wants to be in the business of providing those buildings. And so it's a conversation we've started with our neighboring municipalities, because we do share that building now in terms of costs. But the staff sergeant has suggested around 2032, which just isn't that too far outside of our 5-year financial plan. So we've been trying to get started on understanding what those costs might be, how that might look being shared amongst those that are using it. So again, just something that we have on our radar and that we want to keep in the back of our mind as we look at some of these reserves. With respect to the water and sewer utilities, we know for sure that this is maybe the most critical service after fire and police to our residents and ratepayers. They want to turn on the tap and have clean water and not have a drinking water boil advisory, or that the water isn't drinkable. So I think it's really important to know that these are really critical services. As I mentioned, Victoria is looking at very significant increases in their rates, and that's being driven partially by climate change, and it's partially being driven by the state of their infrastructure and what it's costing to replace and upgrade, as well as add the capacity, which sometimes is funded by development, but not always. With respect to utilities, There's a,
Yes.
oh, we did? Okay.
He's back. Councillor Gore, did you have a question?
Just a quick comment, Mayor, about the RCMP cost. And I know we've talked about this a few times, but it is going to be a humongous cost that is going to come our way as a city and as a region, especially with the 2032 timeline. I know the previously, pardon me, the federal government hinted that perhaps RCMP will move away from providing the policing services and focus more on like an investigative, like an FBI kind of model for Canada. But further discussions have happened since then. And I think with the change in government, it is very likely that the RCMP will continue doing what they're doing. So we should not be looking at that being out of equation anymore. We should continue to explore the option of trying to find a new space for our detachment. And I would like Jetta mentioned, I think it needs to have a more oceanside regional discussions on this. It is going to be a huge capital investment. So I think, yeah, we need to start those discussions sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay. The other thing to understand about our utility funds is they are required to be self-funding. So the rates need to be set at an amount that covers our operating and our capital costs. Notwithstanding that, last year I did recommend to council, which you approved, was collecting an amount through property taxes that provided for some reserve contributions to these. And that's really an indication of these services are critical and the property taxes is a known level of funding. So we also have other transfers to and from these accounts that help to balance that. For example, we don't have dedicated administrative staff for water and sewer. So we take an allocation of our corporate admin, finance, IT, and we allocate that into the water and sewer fund so that they continue to pay their share of that kind of corporate administration load. So the rates do need to be set, though, to cover all of those costs. And it's important when we're looking at that long-term infrastructure. And of course, there are very significant infrastructure costs associated with the utilities, that those rates are set at a rate that is covering the costs related to that. In addition to our utility staff that are on the ground doing this work, our finance staff is also involved in administering the invoicing related to the utility accounts. And so that chart just shows how the number of accounts that need to be billed has grown over the last 4 years. And this involves our finance staff working with utility staff who are out there reading meters and things like that. And so, as you know, our invoicing is done twice a year in September and March. One of the things that we've really seen uptick on this year was our PAUSE program, which is the ability for residents to have pre-authorized withdrawals for their utility accounts and their property tax. And this just helps them to make 12 payments rather than it coming due at one time. And so we've seen a real uptick in that program as well. And the other thing we ran into this year was with the postal strike happening just before our utility bills were to be mailed. We saw a significant uptick as well in our online access to their accounts. And so again, part of our goal in finance was to becoming more digital, and the Canada Post strike, both of them this year really helped in our efforts in that regard. I'm wondering, Mayor, if this is a good time to break for lunch before we get into all the details of the water and sewer funds. This is kind of the end of the introductory bit, and I would leave that to your discretion, but this might be a good break point.
It seems to make logical sense to break at this particular time. I'm going to look at council at the table here, suggesting that if we break for a lunch break at this particular time, would you be okay with a 30-minute lunch break or a 45-minute lunch break? 30-minute works. Yeah. And that way we can get back to it again. Okay. That's great. Is that okay with you, Councillor Gore? You get on lunch whenever you want.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you for that. So what I'll do is I'll suggest a recess at this particular time. Let's convene at 12:35. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, council. Welcome back to our Committee of the Whole meeting on finance. I believe we are at full strength now. Everybody's present. Ms. Jetta, if you carry on and pick up where you left off, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to start with the water fund and then we'll go through the sewer fund. I think one of the things that we're seeing that's impacting, I mean, all city operations, but what I'm seeing across the province is a real impact of climate change on water. And this is where that complication related to natural assets comes into being, where we have our natural water assets, but drought is impacting many of them. And so a small community like Dawson Creek is being asked to consider $100 million water pipeline proposal. And I can't even imagine what that must be like for that community, but these are just a couple pictures from up there. So it does give us pause for thought as to how do we prepare for that? And that's something that going forward, we'll just be talking about even more, and how that impacts our infrastructure renewal and how we can plan to be resilient to that to whatever extent we can. And I also think our neighboring fire this summer at the Wesley Ridge was a little too close for comfort. And I think a lot of us on Vancouver Island think, oh, that doesn't really happen to that degree here. And I think it was a bit of an eye opener. And I heard on some of the calls that the BC Fire Center was like, this is like an interior fire, right? So it's changing. And so we need to be aware of some of the impacts to that. With respect to the City of Parksville's water utility, we have our own staff and systems, but we're also participants, as you know, in the Englishman River Water Service, as well as the Arrowsmith Water Service. And so the amounts today that are reflected in the water funds financial plan picks up the City of Parksville's share of those joint ventures. So not the whole amount, but the percentage share that's appropriate. Those financial plans for those two joint ventures were adopted by those respective boards on October 27th. And so subject to any changes that may come to that, those amounts have been picked up in the water plan financial plan. The water treatment plant is had some significant upgrades planned in their financial plan for the ERWS, and a lot of staff time going towards that across all departments of the city, I think. But last week, Friday, was the re of the chemical tank, which looked like, I actually wished I'd gone out to see it because it looked like a really interesting process to see that kind of come out of the water treatment plant and a new one go back in. But this is just some pictures of that. And similar to other departments, they're doing some great work moving their asset management software forward in terms of inventorying a lot and planning for repair and maintenance, as well as renewal of assets out there that will help us to bring that back to council in terms of the financial impact of that. The numbers provided to council on Monday related to water assets don't include the water treatment plant assets. When we're looking at total water production and consumption, these metrics have been provided by staff out in our water utility. And these charts and the usage of water consumption and production are quite similar year over year. But it is interesting, and these statistics are tracked regularly by our staff out there. I've given you a paper copy of this, but just drilling down on some of the preliminary numbers that we've got in the 5-year financial plan. As you know, in prior years, I've provided council with an analysis that shows kind of what are our ongoing core costs related to the water service, as well as what are the non-recurring costs. And that might be that regular maintenance, but that the amounts kind of vary year to year, so that we can look at what is the ongoing regular revenue, and then what are some of these costs that may be variable, so that we can understand the impact year over year. As you can see in some of the amounts, there's not really significant changes. The parcel taxes, as we already saw, and the user fees reflect a 6% increase. There's not a significant change in the number of utility accounts. There's some, and so that's built into that as well. Showing a reduction in the investment income, as we've already talked about. We have debt related to the construction of the water treatment plant. And so there's numbers in the water fund financial plan related to that. And those debt payments are funded by DCCs related to the proportion that was considered for new development. We also have transfers from other funds that is revenue into the water fund. Part of it is the transfer from property taxes related to the 0.5% total for the utilities related to asset renewal. And then a transfer from the sewer utility fund, which is to cover their share of issuing utility bills. And so that's split between the two funds. So we just show a revenue coming over from sewer fund related to that. That gives total funding sources for the water fund of $5.3 million. Of that, over $5 million is an ongoing, what we would consider a regular revenue, and $300,000 would be considered non-going, that amount that comes from development contributions, DCCs, and that actuarial reduction of debt. That said, there's still quite a few years left of that debt payment, and so it will be something that is ongoing in this fund for still a number of years.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jetta, if you can refresh my memory here again on the transfer from other funds. So we are moving close to $200,000 from the property taxes into the water fund. Is there conditions on what we can use this for in the water fund? And is this coming from the unrestricted surplus?
Okay, through the mayor, I'll answer that. The general revenue fund amount of 200,000 there is comprised of it's actually 0.3 of a percentage of property taxes that was collected for direct contribution to the water fund capital reserve. So that's not coming from unrestricted surplus, it's coming from current year taxes. So of the 0.5% that was approved by council, 0.3 of the 0.5 is going to the water fund and 0.2 of the 0.5 is going to the sewer fund. The other amount that's included in here is a transfer from the fire department with respect to the hydrant work that our water utility staff does. So there's a reimbursement of a share of costs of that. So those are the two amounts that are coming from general revenue, and that's all current funds. None of it is unrestricted surplus.
Okay. Have we previously moved money from the property taxes over to these funds, water or sewer? Like, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of not remembering that we are moving the property taxes into these funds. Have we done this previously? Okay.
No worries. Through the mayor, last year, after looking at kind of where we were at with our capital reserves, especially in the utility funds, and the difficulty of estimating the revenue in the utility funds, I had recommended to council that we use property taxes of a 0.5% of 1% as a contribution to the water and sewer capital funds, because that was a more guaranteed revenue stream, with the understanding that nearly every taxpayer in the city is participating in those two water and sewer funds. That's also to consider that as part of the drinking water study, I think that we'll be looking at the rate structures for the water fund and whether or not we change up how water is charged, whether we change up the fixed portion with the variable portion based on usage, whether we have a different kind of incremental amount for capital. But in the short term, what we were finding is that we couldn't always be guaranteed 6% of revenue with a 6% increase because of weather, because of conservation measures, because of certain residents can choose to use water differently than what they want, where property taxes is much more predictable. And so that just started last year, or I guess this year, with the 2025 financial plan, that additional amount was transferred over to those funds for capital reserves only. The fire department amount has been in place for decades, I think, long before my time.
Thank you. And I'd just like comment on that as well. Jetta, the water, the utility funds, water and sewer anyways, they're not part and parcel to the deferral of taxes, for many of our residents that are deferring taxes. So by taking that from the property tax roll, it makes a lot of sense, because that burden that is increased on many people with fixed incomes in our community that are deferring the taxes, that then can be deferred by themselves out of their property taxes. So that is an equitable way of doing it, so that we're not taxing people out of their houses, not for their taxes, but for actually their water and sewer usage, because that is not deferrable. So that's a very strategic and I would say considerate, compassion, understanding our communities and so forth, and the differences now that these are not deferrable. So I just comment and say thank you for that. It makes a difference to a lot of people I've heard about. They say, be careful, our water that we do have to pay, there's no way of deferring, is getting higher and higher. And so
Yeah, great reminder on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
No further questions? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at for funding sources this year. That's based on a 6% increase in rates. As we move through the rest, at this point, I'm not recommending a higher rate, but depending on where council wants to go with this, we may be considering different rates. I think it is important to remember that water is a critical service, and we want it to be an affordable service. At the same time, provide for that infrastructure maintenance and renewals so that we can continue to do that indefinitely, of course. On the expenditure side, we see we've got administration and service of supply, purification and treatment, which is the costs that come from the ERWS and AWS is in that line. And then transmission and distribution and minor capital. Across most of those, there's very little change, and in fact decreases in some of those accounts. And what we've seen with our staff is that a real dedication to looking at these accounts and moving amounts within accounts rather than just increasing amounts where needed. And so I think there was a lot of diligent work on looking at these expenditures. We'll get into the details of the minor capital amounts in a couple of slides, but you can see in our analysis of kind of what's an ongoing cost versus what is non-recurring. Most of those minor capital items, if push came to shove, could be deferred. And so we really want to make sure that that 3.6 million of expenditures is covered by our revenue, but that we're also considering the minor capital costs, which is often made up of significant maintenance items, is also covered as well. So we can see, though, that there's a deficit with respect to total expenditures from that revenue source of $670,000. That does reflect the non-cash item that is amortization. And so we'll look at that a little bit closer further down as we look at the cash flows related to this. On the ERWS and AWS items, the purification and treatment, there were significant kind of minor capital costs associated with that, with some of the upgrades. So I would say the basic cost of the ERWS and AWS hasn't changed significantly, but that drop of 11% reflects some of the significant projects that were in 2025 as minor capital items. And then getting down to the bottom part of the bylaw analysis, we can see that there's capital expenditures in the water fund of $1.6 million. That also includes our share of ERWS capital expenditures. And in a couple slides, we'll go through the details of those as well. the long-term debt repayments related to the water treatment plant, and then transfers from reserves that are mostly related to capital and minor capital projects. So we see capital reserves, some use of the Canada Community Building Fund Reserve, which is gas tax, the future expenditures reserve, and then some from unrestricted operating surplus, which is the funding for those tariff contingencies that I chatted about earlier. So that's just really to make sure that we're not adding any additional revenue related to the cost of those tariff contingencies. And again, we'll go through some of the details of what those transfers from reserves are actually funding when we look at the capital and minor capital. Finally, looking at transfers to reserves, we've got transfers to capital reserve, which is that amount that's coming from property taxes. The transfer to the asset management capital reserve is the amount of the funding envelope amount that council's had in place for about 4 years now. And if you recall, last year that amount became indexed. So previously it was $425,000, I think. So now we'll see each year that amount will increase a little bit, really to kind of keep the city at the same buying power in terms of investing in that infrastructure renewal each year. The funding envelope amount is really meant to represent what would be the current year's investment in capital renewal. And what we've seen the last couple of years is a lot of work being done on studies and on condition assessments and things like that. And so some of those reserves have actually built up in the reserve accounts. But when we look at capital plans for this year, we'll see that we've got a couple of big projects coming on board that is going to catch that up and spend some of those reserve contributions, not only in the current year, but also prior year's reserve contributions. One of the decisions that was made by the ERWS and AWS boards at the recommendation of the finance officers in the respective municipal organizations was to not have the reserve contributions related to the joint ventures in the joint venture financial plans, but to leave the reserve contribution decisions with the municipalities. What that allows the municipalities to do is to have the flexibility to use whatever financing tools they may have. So if, for example, Parksville wanted to use gas tax towards the water treatment plant, then Parksville can make that decision separate from what the RDN would want to do. Maybe the RDN wants to do debt, or maybe they have a lot of reserves that they want to use. It doesn't tie those decisions together. So subject to council's approval, I've included the same reserve contribution that would otherwise have been included in our ERWS joint venture and just moved it into the water treatment plant. It's the same total. It's just that it doesn't show up in that line that is water treatment plant and the treatment. It shows up as a water fund reserve contribution. So that's why that amount is very similar to last year. And I've just continued that amount, even though it's not actually coming from the joint venture financial plan anymore. The other part that is contributed to the capital reserve for the water treatment plant is $10 per utility bill. So $20 per household each year contributes towards that infrastructure renewal fund that was put in place for the water treatment plant before it was even constructed. And it's actually starting to really accumulate quite a lot of money, so that when we were actually looking at the funding related to the ERWS projects, some of which are very significant, we were able to use this reserve fund to fund those, which was amazing, and not having to pull that from rates. So that's the other part of that. That amounts to about $150,000 a year, plus or minus. And so that's something that when we look at the rate structure, we may contemplate a change on that and use that as the funding kind of body for infrastructure renewal. But for now, it's just there for the water treatment plant, $20 per year per account. The last, yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Tara. Just talking about that $20 per utility bill that's captured, it's great, good idea. But at the same time, what about our multiple residences? Like what about our condos and our 5 stories and 6-story buildings type of thing? If they're metered by suite, then you would be able to capture that. But if in the cases of some strata type of thing or hotels and so forth, it would be one bill. And yet actually, like in a strata condo complex, if they're actually just splitting one utility bill, there's 100 residents in that area. Instead of collecting 100 times 20, you're collecting just $20 for that 1 meter. So is there any way of recapturing that? And there's another long-term end plan, but I'll discuss that later with you. I understand that, and that's very critical, but there's many establishments that we have in City of Parksville that are using utilities, and that they just have one bill, whether it's sewer or water, which are tied together, as we know.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I'd have to chat with Shannon about the particulars of that, but I think for the vast majority of them, we actually have separate accounts
Right.
and bill it out directly. But I expect there are a few where we have only one, and it would be worthwhile to understand how many of those we have and whether or not we could bill that differently in some way. So I can follow up with you on that, because I don't have an exact answer on that, but I know that there are actually quite a few where the strata, yes, it is a strata, but we still have accounts set up for all users. So
Thank you. Follow up at a later time is fine. Thank you.
okay, made a note of that. I'll follow up.
Good, thank you.
The final number there on the transfer to reserves, if you recall last year, we started the process whereby we look at the accumulated surplus each year and bring that to what we kind of perceive as an optimum amount per our reserve policy. And so what we've started to do is to put amounts aside each year related to the master plans, for example, that happen every 10 years. We put $20,000 away a year so that when that significant amount of $150,000 or $200,000 comes, that amount gets funded from reserves rather than that peaks and valleys that come from those types of expenditures in the property taxes or the rates. And so when we get to the minor capital schedule, you'll see how we're able to use some of those reserves for some of these significant non-recurring items so that that kind of smooths out the funding and allows us to keep our rates at a more regular amount and not have peaks and valleys related to some of these one-off type expenditures. Moving down the line, then here's where we add back that amortization non-cash amount so that that's not something that we're necessarily collecting money for to fund the amortization. And then so we have total non-operating items of nearly $470,000 to bring us to a current year deficit of $200,000-ish. And so the balancing of that in the financial plan right now would be a transfer from unrestricted surplus. All of these numbers are preliminary, so this is our starting point, and council will be looking at different things as we move through the capital plan and the minor capital plan and looking for your approval or feedback on that, as well as any spending proposals that may come forward related to the water plans. So this is a starting point. We'll look at where there might be tweaks or changes made on that, including changes in the rates if that's the recommendation in terms of trying to balance where we end up in terms of expenditures on this. Any questions on that? On the paper copy that you have is the full 5 years of this. I'm just showing 2026 here. And so the 5 years, again, is our best estimate looking out as to what that might be and trying to factor in the regular recurring major maintenance and capital items. And as we do more work on our asset management, we're getting better at putting those recurring things into our 5-year financial plan rather than just bringing them to council in the current year. So trying to really full out that 5-year financial plan related to our asset management programs.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, can you speak a little bit more about the transfer from unrestricted surplus? How much is in the unrestricted surplus for the water fund currently?
Through the mayor, I don't have that number exactly because that would be based on our activities in 2025. What we
Well-
do is at the end of each year after the audited financial statements, we look at our policy, which suggests we ought to keep 6 to 9 months worth of expenditures in our unrestricted reserve or unrestricted surplus. And so that's the number we've been working towards. And the balance has been reallocated out to top up capital reserve or other financial stabilization reserves to put the water fund, sewer fund, general fund, whichever we're looking at, into a more financially sustainable position, which will illustrate with some of the minor capital and capital funding sources this year. The transfer from unrestricted surplus that's in this financial plan is related to just offsetting that tariff contingency of $75,000 so that we're not collecting any additional revenues to fund that contingency amount. It's just would be funded by unrestricted surplus if it was required only.
Right. So just to clarify, this unrestricted surplus is exclusive to the water fund. And are we tapping into that fund as the surplus to transfer to the financial stabilization reserve? Like, what's the source of this reserve, the future expenditure and financial stabilization? What's the source of this reserve? Where are we getting the money from?
So the $40,000 transfer to the future expenditure reserve that's shown in the current year financial plan, what that is an amount that is $200,000 for a master plan that will happen in about 8 years. And so we're putting aside an amount per year towards that, such that when that amount comes due and we're actually going to do that master plan, we've got the money in the reserve to pay for that, and we don't actually have to collect taxes or utility rates in the year for that $200,000, for example. So this $40,000 that's in the current financial plan is coming from current year rates. The balancing of the contingency, tariff contingency that we've put in is coming from prior year's unrestricted surplus with the hope that we don't actually have to use it, but it would be dipping into that so that we're not collecting any new revenues related to providing for that.
Okay, Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hitchhiking on what the mayor mentioned about stratas and buildings. Where I live, when I moved there, I've never been in a strata before. I was surprised I didn't have my own water bill because what we're doing is we're sharing with everybody and however their habits are. And that kind of annoyed me a little because water isn't cheap, right? Anyway, long story short, that's very key. And I'm sure they must be collecting for each because they know when there's a strata, there's so many residents there, right? And you'd have to collect for each one a percentage. I mean,
Yeah, through
I
the
would
mayor.
think so.
I'm going to follow up on that,
Yes, I think
but
so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll follow up and report back to council on that so that we can all understand what that is. Yeah, but I think that'll also be part of that analysis of our water rate structure as to how can we make sure that not only is it staying affordable, but that we're capturing all that we can in terms of residents that are actually using the water as well.
Thank you. And one moment, if I may, Jetta, just a little bit of housekeeping here. For the benefit of council, we have a large contingent of staff in our presence right now. One or two may be unfamiliar faces, so I would like to introduce them to you so you know who they are, if I may, at this particular time. I think all that we really need is the back row from the newest hires. If there's anybody in the front row, you don't know who they are. But Mike, if we could start with you, and maybe Deb, you don't have to stand up. But Mike and Kyle and Keith, if you just stand up and introduce yourself with your titles to council so they know who you are, that would be appreciated.
Mike Denton, asset management specialist.
Thanks, Mike.
I am Kyle Teschke, I'm here at utilities.
And our newest hire. Thank you. That's great. So if you have questions, these are the individuals that are taking the time out of their day to answer the questions for you. So we got our team here ready and available. So just so you know, thank you.
Yeah,
Carry on,
that's
Jenna.
great because they're certainly the ones that have built out most of the financial plan. I just happen to be the one that gets to present it. Okay, so let's drill down into some of the particulars of those numbers that I just went through at a high level. On the revenue side, as we've talked about, we have a 6% increase built into that. And what that would mean for a resident in a year would be about $22. If it was a 6% increase, that would be for the average user, which is about 150 cubic meters of water consumption per year across the 2 billing cycles. And the assumption that we make on that based on Shannon's long history there is 60 cubic meters in the winter and 90 cubic meters in the summer. So that's where that 150 meters cubed comes from. And the 6% increase, so that would look like a annual rate of about $382. This is leaving that water treatment plant reserve fee unchanged at $20 per year. And so you can see that split between water user fees. The water parcel tax is paid by residents or property owners who are not yet connected to the water, but that could be connected to the water. So that might be a lot that's adjacent to a water connection, but they're not actually using it yet. It's not built on or for whatever reason. So they pay a parcel tax annually as well. So we just apply the 6% to that amount as well. I think we've gone through the internal revenues, those transfers from the general and sewer fund that really are just meant to make sure that each fund is bearing their cost of the administration and also to capture those property tax transfers for reserve contribution. And as well as showing the DCCs that are shown as revenue in the water fund related to the debt payments for the construction of the water treatment plant. In the capital plan, we'll also see where we've picked up some DCCs related to upgrades in the water treatment plant as well. And I'll point that out once we're looking at the capital plan as well.
I have a question, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. If you can go back one more slide, Jetta, please.
To the
So-
revenue slide?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we also tracking our own water usage as a city when it comes to our facilities and parks and whatnot? Do we know?
Through the mayor, and I might need to refer to our colleagues as well. I think it's in some cases we are, and in some cases we aren't, but we're working towards doing more of that so that we understand the usage and are capturing and sharing costs on that where appropriate. So I'm just going to turn around in case there's any other additional comments from the back, but.
Anyone want to step up to that one? Everybody's leaving.
So I understand there's some tracking of it, but we don't actually kind of bill ourselves for the water, but we have ability to go back and look at usage and things like that.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate for us to kind of keeping track of our own. So, thank you.
Right. Thank you.
I think it's also,
Go ahead, sir.
sorry, I'll just add that I think it's something also that part of the drinking water study was also looking at things like that too, and where we can monitor that.
It was one
Yeah.
component.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm keeping track of my own. I'm 3/4 of the way through. On the slide, the 1% growth rate, is that can you give me a sense of what kind of goes into that number? Like growth of water use, I assume, because we've seen, say, when restrictions go in, there's a significant decline in the amount of water being used. So maybe you can dig into that 1% a little bit for me.
I can dig in a very shallow way. The 1% number is a number that we've used for years as a conservative estimate of growth across the city, just of properties and populations. So we use it in our property tax as well. So it's not meant to be increase in water usage by current residents as much as new property that will be new accounts. So we try and capture, okay, and in a year, there might be 20 new accounts, for example, and what would that represent as revenue? So some years, most years it's higher than that, but that's our conservative estimate. I think since I've been here, seen less than that. And you'll see the same thing in our property tax revenue estimates as well. Growth is a very difficult thing to estimate.
Yeah, because it's the usage that is going to be significantly different depending on what kind of population growth it is. So yeah, 5 people in one apartment is going to be a lot different than, so that's where when we're setting rates, then the rates, that's why I ask, and I know this is all in hand, but the rates are going to be the cost recovery needs to contemplate how much revenue is coming in from usage. And that's why I'm kind of asking about that.
Yeah, through the mayor, you're absolutely right. It's a really difficult one to estimate because you could spend a ton of time and I could bother our director of planning a whole lot to try and get a whole lot of statistics around what type of growth and what do the units look like. And we're going to be really drilling down in that in the coming year, both with our DCC upgrade as well as our OCP. And so I'm hoping that that might make our model a little bit better. We might have some better metrics around what that might actually look like. But what I find is that we'll estimate the water revenue growth and we'll use pretty basic assumptions. And then the weather does something different, or there's, different conservation measures at different times. And it's just a really difficult thing. I'll say to Shannon, why is the revenue down so much? Well, it was a really rainy summer, right? So it can be as simple as that. So there's just, maybe I need to get what do they call it? The Farmer's Almanac and look at the weather forecast, but there's a whole lot of things. So this is kind of a basic model that we've been using, but once we start digging in on some of, like I said, the DCC and OCP analysis of what the community's growth is, as well as the amount of developable land left in the city is minimal now. So we are looking at a different type of growth where it's a densification rather than more single family dwellings, which is a whole different water usage model. So your point is completely valid. We haven't yet tried to tweak that except to be very conservative in our estimates, because what I have found is that we typically aren't reaching what we might expect. If we just add to property taxes, that's how much money we get. With water and sewer, it's totally different because our sewer rates are tied to the water consumption. So those two are integrally tied. Yeah.
You okay? Any other questions?
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Looking at expenditures, very little change in these in terms of the just regular operating expenditures related to this. Kudos to the team out in utilities for really drilling down and moving budgets around to try and deal with things that are increasing and decreasing. We also try to pull things out of these accounts that is the one-off type things and show them in minor capital. So we'll go through some of those specific changes. I will note in terms of the actuals for this year, our manager of utilities position was vacant and half backfilled by Mike for most of the year. So there was some amount there of expenditure that is lower because of that vacancy. So we're trying to kind of put 2026 back to being fully staffed and budgets reflecting that accordingly.
What? Go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just curious, does any of this relate to any funding for stormwater management or how that might be calculated? Or is that, I mean, I know it's different, but I don't know where or how that's exactly funded.
Yeah, through the mayor. Thank you for your question. The stormwater will pick up as part of the general fund and look at it with that roads and drainage picture and consider it within that. Yeah. But it is a consideration when we get to the sewer fund, just because if you have problems with some of the pipes and things like that, you can get where the stormwater is impacting your wastewater pipes and treatment and things like that. And I forget the exact terminology of that, I&I. And so there can be some crossover there, but not so much on the water fund. Okay. This slide takes a look at our share of the joint ventures. And just as a reminder, in the Arrowsmith Water Service, which is essentially the operation of the dam, Parksville's share is nearly 64%, with the remainder split in the RDN and Qualicum Beach. And so this is reflective of the operating costs related to operating the dam. And that's based on the share of water that's used. Between Parksville and the RDN are the only ones, of course, that receive the water related to that. The ERWES that operates the water treatment plant and river intake, the share of proportions there is Parksville is about 74% and the RDN at 26%. And again, those costs are shared based on proportion of water usage, and the capital costs are based on that base share of joint ownership of the joint venture. And so again, we've picked up the costs up there in that. The ERWS numbers vary quite a bit right now because we've had some various projects in that operation related to some chemical safety audit, as well as some minor upgrades there. So the numbers have varied over the prior year. As I noted, the reserve contributions are no longer in the joint venture financial plans. So the significant decrease that's noted there is mostly related to those reserve contributions. So next year in our comparative, we'll see more what that looks like year over year. This year, we've got that very significant amount pulled out of that.
If I may, Jenna.
Mhm.
Jenna, regarding the ERWS, the joint venture between Parksville and RDN, showing the Parksville usage is 74% and the RDN is 26%. But due to some infrastructure deficit on the RDN side this past season, that number jumped considerably for the RDN. How do you explain to council, how do you recover the difference, and are the RDN charged a higher percentage based on their usage when they had to rely more on the Parksville water?
Right. Thank you for that question. So the 74 and 26 is the ownership share, and that's how we allocate capital costs. However, all the operating and maintenance costs are based on the usage of the water. And so we base the budget on kind of the average of the prior 3 years actual usage. And then at the end of the year, we get the statistics from the water treatment plant as to the actual usage. And we essentially square up when we prepare the ERWS financial statements. So we apply the exact proportion that was used to the actual costs, and then that gets adjusted against the budget and adjusted in subsequent years. So the budget, like I say, is based on an average, but it is determined at the year-end financial statement what the actual usage was, and accounts for things like you just described, where we have odd years where, yeah, Nanoose had some failure of some infrastructure and they used a little bit more water than they had in prior years.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Taking a look at the minor capital and special projects, these are just pictures of reservoir number 4 and reservoir number 5. The minor capital projects, you'll see 2025 is shown as a comparative, and in some cases, those projects have been carried forward into 2026 if they weren't completed, as well as looking ahead at things like cleaning of the reservoirs or pump station work that needs to be done, or structural assessments, things that aren't happening every year. Some of them do happen every 5 years or something like that. So we're spending more time in our budget meetings really trying to determine what are some of these non-recurring expenses so that we can get those in the 5-year financial plan and have those form part of the work plans for our utility departments. And so you'll see in 2025 and 26, there's actually quite a large number of those, and including for reservoir number 4 and reservoir number 5, as were shown in the pictures. There's some work to be done on the Springwood pump station in terms of just structural work on the pump station. And at reservoir number 1, confined space entry modifications. So this is an example of where we as staff are putting something into the minor capital plan because it's a safety item and it's not something that we feel is discretionary. It's something that needs to be done, those modifications. So that's in the financial plan for 2026. Sometimes when we're doing these condition assessments and asset management work, things will come to light that we maybe weren't aware of or that hadn't been planned for in previous financial plans. So again, putting lots of energy into trying to get those things into these financial plans as well. There's a contingency in here, which we started a couple of years ago for wells and pump replacement. Again, this is just putting staff, giving them the capability that if something unexpected comes up, we've got money here that it can be dealt with immediately rather than waiting for the next council meeting to get specific approval of that. That's only used if it's needed. And so often, if it's not used, we just carry the related surplus from that forward to the following year. So it wouldn't necessarily be taxed every year, only if it was actually used in the year. The next line down is that tariff contingency that we've been talking about, and you'll see I've got it there till 2028, and hopefully that's the last year we need it for a while. And again, offset by a transfer from unrestricted surplus that you see in the second from the bottom line in this schedule, so that that's not being additional rates being collected for that amount. One thing that you'll see, the water user fees as a source of funding and the carry forward reserve, where we've had amounts that have been in prior financial plans that we've collected revenue for, that the projects are still underway. And so we've carried those funds forward. So in 2026, that's 86,000 of that. And some of that relates to ERWS and other amounts. The water user fees you'll see in the current year, if you think back to that $200,000 deficit that we have in the current year, I think this is a big part of it. We've got quite a few repairs and maintenance type items this year, with water user fees funding 194,000 of that. And so this is an area where we've got these significant maintenance items that we don't have reserves or other ways, grants or anything that kind of funds that. If you're aware that most of the grants that we get from senior levels of government are capital, and it's not insignificant, some of the significant repairs and maintenance that we have to do. And here's a perfect example where we have nearly $200,000 that we need to fund from water user fees just to kind of keep up that regular maintenance, which we want to do because that will defer the eventual renewal of these assets. And if you recall that graph that we looked at on Monday, if we keep up this significant repair, it pushes out the required renewal of these assets and makes sure that we're resilient to some of these other effects, and our continuous service delivery will stay in place. So that's why we have these items identified by our staff as major maintenance items. But what we're trying to do in terms of building some of these financial stabilization reserves is, in years like this, you could pull in some money from there to offset some of this when you have a year that's particularly high with some significant maintenance.
Thank you. And Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, can you speak to the engineering component where it needs, works, any adjacent to development and construction? So I see that the funding is usually the user fee. Does the city ever pay for these upgrades, or we mostly recover from developers who are proposing these big developments? Or do the DCCs ever come into play to support these upgrades?
Okay. Through the mayor, thank you for that question. We'll see the works adjacent to development and construction in each of our funds. And this is another one of those contingencies that is funded by carry forward reserve or surplus. So we don't collect fees or property taxes for it every year, only if it's actually used. And the scenario where this comes up, and it's usually our engineering department that becomes aware of this, is we may have a development, for example, that is digging up the ground, and adjacent to that development, we have some city infrastructure that is due for renewal, or that we see when the ground is dug up, because a lot of this is underground pipe. We don't necessarily know what it looks like, is that the ground is dug up and we go, oh, we see that there's a problem with whatever that infrastructure might be. This funding being in place allows, again, staff to immediately kind of take advantage of that work. So the city didn't have to pay for the ground to be dug up. We didn't have to pay for the mobilization or demobilization. We can go in and actually just fix that one issue. And engineering typically will work with that developer adjacent to coordinate that work, either with a different contractor that comes and does it, sometimes with the contractor that's on site. That will vary, but that's what this funding is for. So it'll only be taxed or collected, fees collected for it in the current year if it was used in the prior year. So for example, if in 2025, $20,000 of that 60,000 was used for a project that was adjacent to development, in the subsequent year, we would collect another $20,000 of fees, essentially to top up the contingency fund again. Otherwise, we just put it in there so that staff can take advantage of those, what I would say are opportunities to have significant cost savings without needing to come back to council to ask for approval of that additional budget amount in the year.
Right. So just to clarify, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that these upgrades or any work adjacent to a development proposal, those are not a result of the development itself. It's just the opportunity that the engineering department sees, and we just utilize that opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
That's exactly right. Yes.
At this time, I wish to acknowledge we have individual in our audience, and this is Committee of the Whole, and welcome to our meeting. Just let you know that if you have any questions or any comments at this time, you are free to make it. If you have a question right now, I'll take it from the audience. And if you have something else you want to speak of as the meeting goes on, just put up your hand and I'll acknowledge you. It's your meeting. You're welcome to comment and question at any time. Thank you for joining us. Jetta, carry on, please. Oh, okay. Sorry. Councillor Wood. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. this is probably a lot to ask of Jetta, but Jetta, is there a chance you could do the province's books as well as what you're doing here for the city of Parksville? Thank you.
Thank you.
That wasn't a political comment. Not at all.
I thought you were going to ask if I'm going to go work at BC Housing.
Carry on, Jetta.
Okay, just a few photos of some of our capital projects. The one on the far left, or my far left, is the solar panels that were installed in the current year up at Arrowsmith Dam. And that's something that was done through the AWS, and we were able to use our local government climate action program funding for that. And so that's going to allow some better connectivity, especially in the wintertime, with the dam and the monitoring that needs to happen up there. We've also got, and you'll see this across all of our funds, is our PLC. These pictures of the electronics is an example of that PLC program where we've got works being done for AWS, for water, for sewer. And it's about a $550,000 total project, and it's being done over 2 or 3 years. So just some pictures of that. Here's one from Railway Well number 3. And then the control panel up at the Arrowsmith Dam. So getting into some of the details of the water capital projects, and I'll just show you how it's broken down. We've got some of the items that are at operations, so being led by our utility department, the share of the ERWS projects. So that's picking up that 74% of what's in the ERWS financial plan. Then picking up our 63.9% of what's in the AWS financial plan. And then the bottom, the infrastructure, is typically managed by our engineering department, and they'll be the ones that are managing those long-term infrastructure renewal plans and planning out what projects get done in each year. The 10+ year plan will be coming to council in the spring, and we're doing work on that right now with KWL. But the projects that will be significant, and you're going to see this in the water fund, the sewer fund, and the general fund, is a Stanford Avenue project and a Jensen Avenue project. And so this is the share that is the water fund portion of those. And what you'll note is that typically we've had about $425,000 investment in infrastructure in each year. these are significant projects, so you'll see that we actually go over those amounts in these next couple of years. We've saved up some of that reserve contribution, so there's no additional user fees related to these in the year, but we are using up some of the balance that has been collected in the reserve for the last couple of years. So these are big projects. Engineering's been working on those this year, doing the planning for them, and that process will be going forward. At this point, these are high-level estimates. They haven't gone to RFP or anything yet, and then we'll have more exact numbers. So this might be numbers that will get fine-tuned in the spring amendment of the financial plan. For now, it's order of magnitude, rough estimates split between the various funds. On the operations side, you'll see that PLC renewal project that I referenced. Most of that is being funded by gas tax. And so we'll see that when we look at the funding sources, as well as some of these other little bit more significant than the projects you see on minor capital. So these are considered capital because they're above the thresholds that are in our capital TCA policy. But some work at Reservoir Number 5, as well as the Springwood Pump Station needed its roof replaced. There's a fire meter bypass being worked on at Surfside, and then an alarm system at Springwood Pump Station as well. The ERWS projects mostly relate to the water treatment plant. So there's that share of the tank replacement that we saw the picture of early on, as well as the fixing of the spill containment in the water treatment plant. There's also been during 2025 work being done on a pre-treatment options program for the water treatment plant. And so you'll see there that in 2026, we're hoping that there'll be some construction related to that. Looking out from there, there's our wastewater project. And what's interesting with the ERWS is that some of these projects build on the previous one. And so right now, these are our best estimates at what we think might happen, but it could be that the pretreatment option that's chosen, or perhaps the membrane project that's done, may impact subsequent projects and what's required there. So these numbers, again, are our best estimates of the timing right now. The last part of the ERWS is when it was constructed, there's something called membrane trains within the water treatment plant, 4 of them. And we're going to be starting in 2027, replacing one of those each year for 4 years. And so we've been able to use the water treatment plant reserve to fund that replacement and renewal of those membranes. What Kyle has advised, though, is that after we do the first one, there may be efficiencies gained in subsequent years' replacements. So it's possible that those subsequent 3 years may be less than the first year. So maybe there's going to be some costs that we'll incur and be able to get some efficiencies around that. So again, these are numbers that are somewhat fluid, but our best guess at this point. We do have a contingency in ERWS of $100,000. So the $74,000 that's there is just related to picking up our share of that contingency that is in the ERWS financial statements. Any questions on these projects? This is all our capital plan for water. We'll look at the funding on the next slide, which I think really goes to show how we've been able to kind of change the way the city funds these. In prior years, we would have seen some real peaks and valleys, but because of the work that council's approved in building these reserves, you can see that that top line is a big chunk of these projects being funded by water reserves that of course relate to fees that have been collected in prior years, but it means that we don't have to have a 10-20% increase in the fees in the current year to fund this year's projects. So that's just really great in terms of keeping that smoothing, that financial predictability for our residents and not having rates that are all over the place. You'll also see there that we are using some of the Federal Canada Community Building Fund, also known as Community Works, also known as gas tax. Quite significant amounts there over the next number of years in excess of $2 million. So that is drawing down those grant funds that we receive those grants and we put them into the gas tax reserve and use them as projects are identified. Again, gas tax can mostly be used just for capital. There are some other things we can use it for, but here we're using it for capital projects. And then the last line shows the usage of that water treatment capital reserve, the water treatment plant, that $20 per year that's been collected for perhaps 10 years now. And so although it doesn't seem like a large amount in the year, 150,000, we add the amount that's contributed in the past through the joint venture and now just directly by the city. And so you'll see there that we've been able to fund a large part of the ERWS capital works through the use of that reserve. Again, probably over $2 million there. So you can see in funding the capital, there's no water user fees there. It's all just being done from reserves. So I think this really illustrates the benefit of the building the reserves in a really systematic way so that then we don't get the peaks and valleys when it comes to these really significant amounts that we see across the board and the variation in the total capital projects in a year. Do you have any questions on the capital projects? We have the experts here. If you've got any particular questions, I'm sure they can respond to those more than I can.
I see none. Carry on.
Okay, great. This is a picture, I think, looking at some of what the drinking water study folks are looking at, just kind of the area where the dam is in the kind of center left there, and the Englishman River watershed down to where the city and the water treatment plant are. The last slide with the water fund is just a summary of the reserve transfers to and transfers from, just for your information. What we'll do once we've gone through all of these plans with council is to come back to you with kind of where we're at with the balances in these various funds, because assuming you accept our recommendations as to how to use the reserves, it'll be good for you to know kind of where that leaves you at the end of 5 years with respect to the reserve balances, and also informs whether or not we need to change those reserve contribution rates in order to meet the capital plan that is in the various financial plans. So total transfers to reserves, you can see in 2026 is nearly 1.3 million, and then just increases as indexed up from there. Okay, that's the end of the water fund. Unless there's any other questions, we would move on to the sanitary sewer fund. Okay.
Carry on. Good to go.
This is exciting stuff.
Sanitary sewer. Best part
Okay,
of
here we go. I should maybe next time have a picture of that mascot from the city of Victoria, right? That was on the beach. Okay, sanitary sewer. Again, this is an area where we have some external parts of our system in that we have our own staff, but we have a contract through requisition with the RDN to do the wastewater treatment. And that's of course done at the French Creek Pollution Control Center. And then we maintain our own infrastructure and pipes related to sanitary sewer. Again, breaking down the bylaw, you have a larger copy at your spot there, but the funding related to the sanitary sewer fund is partially through the RDN requisition related to wastewater property taxes. So it gets a little bit complicated here in that these are not taxes that we collect through our rates. The RDN tells us how much to collect in order to offset the cost related to the French Creek Pollution Control Center. But it's appropriate given the mix of services in order to provide the sanitary sewer services to our residents. We pick up that requisition in our sanitary sewer fund, and then you'll see that we pick up also the cost related to French Creek Pollution Control Center. So that's that top number, that 4.256 million. Again, that's not our property taxes. That's the requisition number from the RDN. This number is based on the financial plan that they presented yesterday. Again, subject to change as they go through their financial planning process, but at this point, that's our best estimate. We also collect sewer parcel taxes similar to water in that if someone's property is adjacent to a sewer connection, they pay the parcel tax even if they aren't connected at this point. The user fees, again, we saw are a 6% increase. User fees for water are tied to consumption, or user fees for sewer are tied to the consumption of the water. And so depending on how water fees go is usually how sanitary sewer fees go as well. And then an amount of a transfer from the general fund for that reserve contribution, and then interest on reserves. Because the water and sanitary sewer funds are maintained separately from the general fund, they're allocated a certain portion of the investment income based on their surplus and reserves in their accounts. And so that's part of our year-end accounting to allocate interest on their balances as well. On the expenditure side, you can see that there's very little change year over year, with the exception of the treatment and disposal number, which is up 21%. And that's the RDN line for the cost related to that Northern Communities wastewater treatment. And then we'll dig in on some of the particulars of the minor capital. And the administration, again, both in water and sanitary sewer, reflects an allocation of corporate administration as well as administration that is particular to the sanitary sewer fund.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
No, I think she already answered. Disregard, please. Thank you.
Carry on, Deb.
Okay, love it when I get ahead of it like that. Okay, looking next at below kind of the operational items where we actually in sanitary sewer have a surplus from operations of 114,000. And looking at of that amount, what is ongoing versus what is non-recurring, you'll see that the ongoing resulted in a surplus of 461,000, but we have those non-recurring items of 347. And so we have a net positive in the operational surplus there. Capital expenditures of $579,000. And then we see our transfers from reserves, mostly related to capital and minor capital expenditures. And then those transfers to reserves, which we'll go through in detail once we get to that slide. So in sanitary sewer, we have a surplus, or sorry, a deficit of $111,000. If you recall, water was $200,000. So again, we'll look at some ideas around that and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made going forward, including in setting the sanitary sewer rates. On the revenue side, we've got a 6% increase in the sanitary sewer rates, which results in about a $14 increase per year to an average water user. So the water was $22 in a year and $14 on the sanitary sewer side. This has the same assumptions as our other revenue assumptions, being a 1% growth rate and then the 6% increase. The requisition number from the RDN, I don't extrapolate. That comes from their financial plan directly. The user fees, we've got those 6% increases per year, similar to the sewer parcel tax. Shannon updates me with the number of parcels every year because depending if people connect during year or they subdivide, that number changes year to year. Here's the slide with the information from the RDN, and I've got a couple slides on this. I really want to put this on council's radar so that you have some awareness around this because it's very impactful to our residents. As I suggested, the French Creek Pollution Control Center is under construction, as you know, right now. And the debt payments related to that are starting in 2027. So if you look at the chart there, you'll see 2027 has quite a significant bump there. It has been going up for years with this project, but in 2027, we're going to see a 23% increase in the costs related to this service. And so again, this is going to come in as property tax requisition collected and offset by the expense. So this doesn't have to be covered by our rates nor our property taxes, but it will still be very significant to residents related to the property tax bill they receive from us that will have the RDN requisition on it. So this is only 2 years away. It's coming quickly. And I think the RDN will be glad to have this project behind them because it's been years and years coming and lots of cost escalation. But here's where the rubber hits the road is the debt has to be repaid and that'll start in 2027. So I don't think there's going to be much change on this from the RDN financial plan. I think they know the debt numbers for the most part. And so unless something really goes sideways with their construction, and the costs of construction continue to escalate. So I don't think this will be different, but we do part of that balancing act between what we're looking at for our financial scenario as compared to what our residents are going to be receiving. 2027 is going to be a year to keep this in mind because it's a very significant bump for them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Jetta, I see over 4 million to be collected via property tax. And we don't have much of a say on that. So it's a huge increase. Have we looked at other possible sources for this other than property tax? Can we soften the blow on this?
Through the mayor. The short answer is this isn't ours to manage. This is the RDN's requisition. And so I think they've done all they can with grants, with debt, with reserves, with all the things to try and soften the blow of this. But I think it's just been one of those projects, and we've seen many of them around the province where costs in this kind of 5 to 8 year timeframe have escalated beyond anything we could have ever estimated. And it's a critical service that is required. We don't want this going out into the harbor. We want this dealt with, and hopefully this will set us up for a very long time. But I don't think there's any way for us as the city of Parksville to mitigate this at all. This is something the RDN will be working with, communicating to their residents. In fact, I believe they started on that a couple of years ago. It will be part of our financial plan, but you'll see the amount come in as revenue and as a cost that is not really our number. It's a number that we bring in from the RDN. So I think that's just really to say, for your awareness, I bring it to your attention. But it's not anything we would use our own reserves to do anything with. We would use our own reserves for our own infrastructure. This is the RDN's infrastructure.
Yeah, that was my question. Like, there's no way to tap into any of those surpluses that we have, any of those reserves. Yeah.
No.
Yes, and Councillor Wood, if you'd like to comment and maybe even touch on the fact of the Southern Community Wastewater, what they're going through down there as well. Thank you.
Southern Community Wastewater and the RDN is also going through a gigantic project as well. I think Jetta, thank you, Mayor, and think Jetta, to your point, this is just a bill from the RDN that the city of Parksville collects. We can't do any short-term borrowing, long-term borrowing, anything like that to soften the blow. I believe that's, what you just said. I think the only tool we have for this is if, say the federal government or the provincial government somehow came to the rescue and gave us a little bit more money to put towards this project. I believe the current number is $140 million, but that is just the current number. It started at 70. And so ideally it doesn't go up any further from my information.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to comment as well that during this term, the current RDN reps from the city of Parksville have been part of the debate and the discussion on the wastewater for the northern communities, and have participated in many debates on perhaps ways of cost reductions and so forth, all made to the appropriate engineering departments and so forth, with the anticipation of trying to get those costs down because of the inflationary increases that are non-discretionary. So your RDN reps have been participating in it. It's as good as we can get it without having, back up your toilet. So here we are.
Yeah, I know this project's been on the books since I worked at the District of Lanceville, and at that point, I think it was $45 million. And you know, as I commented on Monday, we don't have the crystal ball that says, oh, let's build that post-pandemic and the costs are going to be crazy, right? But it needs to happen. And I think that often staff are looking at, okay, is there a possibility to defer this by a year or two? And with a vehicle replacement, maybe you can do that and you can really push that out for a number of years. With other infrastructure, it's got to be done. And so I think the RDN has been coming at it every different way to try and find funding and grants and things like that. I'm part of the Southern Communities one, and I think that my bill alone this year is increasing $100 for that project, just that on my property taxes. So yes, both ends of the RDN are being faced with this. And I think with the nature of these projects is also a lot of environmental sensitivity, which also adds to the cost. But we're seeing it, I'm hearing it from our engineering department, is anything that involves construction or moving earth or anything, the costs are just astronomical. So yeah, here's where we're at.
Councilor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more comment. And, you know, being part of this process at the RDN, representing the city of Parksville with yourself, Mayor, at the board, you know, the question that I hear from people is how do projects go so far beyond their initial estimates? But if you're a general contractor building on this, there's only a few companies that can bid in Canada on projects that are this large. And in those contracts, you make sure that you cover what you can't see 2 years, 3 years, 4 years out, whether it's steel or whatever materials, and you make sure that in your contract, you're like, you know, these are going to adjust if my costs adjust.
Contingency.
Yeah. And we, you know, we chatted about procurement quite a bit at the RDN board because we see North Shore wastewater treatment plant that went from $750 million to almost $4 billion currently. And we tried to do our very best. And I think staff have done their best at the RDN as well. And you know, these costs are not fun to see. And I don't think Jetta has a great time when she's, you know, trying to forecast and put these into our budget. But I feel like everyone has done the very best they can to get the project underway that's obviously needed.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
My understanding, if I'm not mistaken, is the RDN staff did some very creative procurement on this, where there was some risk sharing with the contractors just in an effort to try and minimize those contingency amounts. So again, kudos to them for trying to pull out all stops to keep this at the very minimal. It's just what it is. So yeah, really for your awareness, I think our own costs in terms of our infrastructure are very similar to the prior year, and we're not seeing this just because we're not having costs or projects like this. In terms of our share of that project, this is how it's shared. It's based on flows within that Northern Communities wastewater function. And so we get this reporting out from the RDN every year. Those numbers typically don't change more than kind of 0.5 of a percentage point year over year. And so this is about what it is. And you can see that Parksville is nearly half of it. So again, that's why our share of that project and why we're seeing such a significant impact is because we're nearly half of the project cost.
And we're proud of it.
Right on. Okay, any questions on that? Looking at the operating expenditures, not too much change. We see, as I mentioned, some lower amounts in our 2025 year to date, just because of the vacancy in our manager of utilities. We do adjust the proportions assigned by various staff based on the work plan in the coming years. So for example, if there's a lot of projects happening in water, maybe the allocation of manager time to the sewer fund in that year is going to be less and more to water, or vice versa. So these numbers can vary to some degree just based on the allocation of the manager and supervisor time. What I will note when we were reviewing actuals for 2025 and looking forward to 2026, 2025 saw a lot of unexpected significant repair. Not catastrophic, but all of the contingencies got used And we're going to be bringing to council in the amended financial plan in December, moving around some monies to deal with some of those repairs. And so in the collection system line there, you'll see an increase of about $25,000. And that's really to bump up some of those numbers based on what was happening and what staff were seeing in 2025. Maybe some of those minor capital projects with all the different repairs and maintenance, we'll see this kind of thing go down in coming years. But right now it's been an area where they've had a lot to deal with. The lift station maintenance line there, again, a bit of a drop from the prior year, relates to the Craig Bay and Martindale Road lift stations. No significant changes there. Looking at minor capital, not too much change in this one. We have that video inspection program that is done with storm drainage every year, $50,000. Engineering coordinates that project and it's done together with an allocation to sanitary sewer and storm drainage. We have $40,000 here related to works adjacent to development. Same scenario as water, but just in the scenario where there's sanitary sewer works to be done. I see Councillor Gore has a question. Did you want to?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah, he just popped up. Yeah. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If you can go back a slide, please, Jetta.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's still engineering folks out in the chambers, but I would like to ask about the lift stations on Martindale. I think it was the report from the consultant that mentioned that that station is at or nearing capacity to support further growth. So are we planning for major overhaul of that station? Are we putting funds aside for that?
I can move ahead to the capital plan here if you like as well.
Okay, Ms. Sean Boven, if you'd like to address that, if you can. Please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore. That was an indication from the sanitary sewer master plan that once lands in that area are fully developed, that lift station would be over capacity, but it sounds worse than it is. I think it's just a matter of changing out pumps to larger pumps. So it's not a huge deal.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
I'll just note with the capital project summary up here that we do have works in 2026 and 2027 on both of those pump stations, just equipment and upgrades that are part of the capital plan in the next couple of years. I'll just pop back and finish up the minor capital here. So we have a contingency amount in here related to unexpected items. You'll see that it's increased from 10,000 to 50,000. And that's just really reflective of all of the activity that we saw in this area in 2025. If we see over the next couple of years that comes back down to another number, we'll likely reduce this. But I think it would be prudent right now to put that in, and we'll bring you more details of that with respect to the amended financial plan for 2025. We have $50,000 of tariff contingency in here, again, till 2028 and funded by unrestricted surplus. So there's no extra fees being charged for that. Again, because of the kind of increase in 2026 in the sewer contingency, as well as that video inspection program, we see sewer user fees being a source of funding of $140,000 in 2026. And then a lesser amount in the subsequent years where we're using carry forward for those contingency amounts to assume they wouldn't be used. Looking at the capital plan, we noted those two pump station equipment and upgrades, as well as that PLC renewal project that we hope will be completed in 2026. And then on the infrastructure side, looking at the sanitary sewer share of the Stanford Avenue and Jensen Avenue projects in 2026 and 2027. Again, using a higher number than we would typically be investing in any one year and using prior years' accumulated reserves to fund that. So similar to the water fund, when we look at the sewer source of funds, it's all being funded by reserve or grant reserve and no user fees being required to fund the capital program, which is quite significant over the next couple of years, more than it has been historically. Similar to water, we've got reserve transfers from reserves for capital and minor capital in some cases. And then those regular transfers to reserves where we have the 0.2% of property taxes going to the capital reserve. The funding envelope was $375,000, but is now indexed up for that construction index. And then the contribution to the financial stabilization operating reserve is related to the next master plan, so that when that comes around, we've got the funding there to pull from the financial stabilization reserve. The thinking again there being $20,000 per year rather than $200,000 needing to be funded in 1 year, 8 years from now or something like that. I've got a slide in here just kind of as a placeholder, but we don't want to forget about the discussion around funding, asset management, and renewal for water and sewer. You received that presentation on November 3rd, which was Monday, and we'll be bringing you back more information on some possible alternatives around that, even if it doesn't mean a decision in the current year, but a program for a number of years hence to try and get us to a point where we're looking at that infrastructure sustainable funding. I think one of the most important things, and we see it when we talk about some of these big projects that go sideways, is even if you don't have all the money, it gives council some flexibility to take advantage of cost sharing of grants where we've got to put up a third and we've got some senior level government funding. It gives councils of the day that financial flexibility to be able to respond to some of those opportunities in funding. That's the end for today. Happy to take questions from council or if there's any other questions, water and sewer funds.
I'll just confirm from Amanda, has there been any other questions online or otherwise? Thank you. Council, any further comments or questions? Thank you. And what I would suggest is that we start this all over again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Again tomorrow morning. Are you all excited about that? I know. Sorry? Well, you can stick around if you like, but yeah, so I'd like a motion to adjourn if I could. Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Beal. All those in favor? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Great.
See you tomorrow.
Start again tomorrow morning. Thanks, staff, team. Great job.